So today I'm going to give you a brief introduction to apprenticeships generally, and I will touch on the type of apprenticeships that you could do within the marine and maritime career sector. So, can't move my slides on, hold on. There we go. Okay, so what are apprenticeships? Apprenticeships are a real job with real responsibilities. So you are employed. You're employed like anybody else within that company that you're working for. So that means you're entitled to things such as holiday pay, etc. As well as having an employer, you also have somebody called a learning or training provider, and their role is to get you your qualification. So your employer's role is to give you the skills and knowledge to do the job, and your learning provider is to give you your qualification. You'll work for at least 30 hours a week, but most apprentices seem to work between 37 and 40 hours a week. You will earn a wage, and I will talk about that on the next slide. But I do think it's important to remember that it is a real job with real responsibilities, and therefore it's not just work experience. It's not an easy route, but it is a really rewarding route. Okay, slide's gone a bit funny there. However, that first tile should say earn a salary. So yeah, you do earn a salary, and there is a national minimum wage for apprentices, which is £4.15 per hour. That is slightly less than the national minimum wage for the rest of the working population. But what that does is reflects the fact that you are probably starting your job from scratch with no skills or knowledge to start from. Your wage will go up incrementally, and obviously once you're qualified, you'll be entitled to earn whatever the going rate is for the particular role that you've trained in. A lot of apprenticeship providers do pay more than the national minimum wage for apprentices, but you can't expect to earn more. There used to be, it used to be quite common that once you'd completed your apprenticeship, then your employer would let you go and maybe take on a new apprentice. That's not very true anymore. In fact, 90% of all apprentices stay on in with their employer once they've completed their apprenticeship. And what we know about that 10% that don't, the majority leave because they're moving on to a different employer, usually for a promotion or to use their skills somewhere else. So it's a really great opportunity to get your foot on the ladder of a career. You can gain a degree via an apprenticeship, and I will talk about that in a little while. I think a lot of people worry that as a young person that you might not be able to socialise with other young people if you're going into the workplace. Now, quite a lot of larger companies employ more than one apprentice, so chances are you will be working with people your own age. But you can also join something called the Young Apprenticeship Ambassadors Scheme, where you'd get to socialise and meet with lots of young people. Okay, I'll move on. So there are different ways of doing your study for your apprenticeship. 20% of your paid time is what we call off-the-job learning. Now, traditionally, that might mean that you go to a college or a learning or training provider one day a week, and you stay in your employer with your employer for the other 4 days. Some larger companies have assessors come into the workplace, so they will come to you. And more often people are doing their learning online, and especially at the moment, a lot of your learning is done online in your own time or with your employer, so you don't actually need to go anywhere else. But yeah, 20% of your time as an apprentice is spent doing the learning element. So what kind of things can you do as an apprentice? Well, this is a broad overview of the kinds of things you can do as an apprentice. Traditionally, people have thought maybe about hairdressing, carpentry, building, that kind of thing. And, you know, there are some fantastic opportunities out there within those sectors, but more and more sectors are opening up to the apprenticeship route. And that includes aviation, horticulture, architecture, cybersecurity, journalism, nursing, those kind of things. So some great opportunities. And also obviously opportunities within the marine and maritime section, which I will talk about later on. So who offers apprenticeships? Well, 50% of all apprenticeships offered by large national or international companies that you've probably heard of. So, for example, Airbus, IBM, BAE Systems, all large local employers to Portsmouth anyway. So that's 50% of them, which means there's another 50%. And those apprenticeships are offered by what we would call small or medium sized companies. So companies you may not have heard of, who are probably more local to where you live. And I think it's really important to remember, if you're serious about getting an apprenticeship, don't just think, oh, I've heard of that company, they must be the best ones to go to. Do explore all the options, because there are some fantastic opportunities being offered by small local employers. Another thing to think about is that especially larger companies tend to offer more than one kind of apprenticeship. So, for example, somebody like BAE, they won't just be offering engineering apprenticeships, they offer a whole range of apprenticeships. A lot of large companies have roles in all of these roles that are on the screen here, and chances are they will offer them via an apprenticeship route. So if there is a particular role that you're interested in, it's worth exploring larger companies to see what kind of things they offer. I'll just focus in now on the levels of apprenticeships. So we now have 4 levels. The first level is level 2, which is intermediate, which is the equivalent of GCSEs. Level 3 is the advanced level apprenticeship, which is the equivalent of A levels. Level 4 is the equivalent of a HNC, so that's a higher national certificate. Level 5 is the equivalent of a HND, which is a higher national diploma. Level 6 is the equivalent of, well, is a degree, and level 7 is a master's degree. So you could potentially start your apprenticeship at a level 2 and then work your way all the way up to gaining a master's degree. Sometimes these levels can be a little bit confusing. So, for example, you may complete your GCSEs and start an apprenticeship that is actually a level 2 apprenticeship. You don't automatically go on to an advanced level. Some apprenticeships are just offered at a level 2, and sometimes that can be a little bit confusing. It is really important to remember that apprenticeship providers and employers are looking for people with good qualifications. So please don't think that apprenticeships is, oh, what you do if you don't get your GCSEs. A lot of apprenticeship providers and employers want people to have worked hard and definitely to try and get your English and maths. So if I focus in now on higher and degree apprenticeships, over 100 universities across England offer degree apprenticeships now, and that includes in Hampshire all of our local ones. A degree apprenticeship is the same as any other apprenticeship, so you're employed from day one with your employer, and you're studying part-time alongside that. And you're studying for a degree, and it's exactly the same degree as somebody would be studying for if they were going to university full-time. Because you're working alongside that, it does tend to take about a year longer to gain your degree. So you could be doing your apprenticeship for somewhere between 4 and 6 years. But what that gives you is between 4 and 6 years work experience on top of gaining the degree. And what we hear is that the graduate job market is saturated, so there are more graduates than there are graduate level jobs. And for an employer, maybe to get your CV or to get the CV of somebody who's just been to university, that you're going to have a real competitive edge, as well as the same degree having 4 to 6 years work experience. And I think that's something really worth considering. The other thing to think about is that you're employed, so you're getting paid. And your employer and or the government will be paying your university fees. So doing a degree apprenticeship means that you don't build up that perceived debt that people who go to university full-time do. So you're not getting the debt and you're getting paid on top of that. And most degree level apprenticeships pay a lot more than the national minimum wage for apprentices. So are there any jobs out there? I think it's really important to acknowledge at the moment there are less apprenticeships available. If I was doing this presentation in October last year, there would have been a lot more vacancies out there. but there are vacancies out there. Today, I've done a search in a radius around a Portsmouth postcode, and so within 5 miles of a Portsmouth postcode, at the moment, there are 29 vacancies. And if you go 20 miles, there are 241 vacancies. So, it's clear there are apprenticeships out there, and the government are putting in incentives for employers to encourage them to offer apprenticeships and to offer opportunities to young people. It is definitely important that you, if you're serious about gaining an apprenticeship, that you do put a lot of effort into searching for an apprenticeship, and I'll talk about how you do that in a little while. So just really quickly to focus in on the kinds of apprenticeships that you can do within the marine and maritime sector. You can get apprenticeships within marinas and the boats. The Merchant Navy have some fantastic apprenticeships. You could work within the ports, marine surveying. Obviously, the Royal Navy has a huge range of roles, and they would be considered apprenticeships. And also inland waterways. So there's a huge range of opportunities specific to the marine and maritime sector. And you can go onto their particular information websites, and you can find more out about the types of apprenticeships that you can do within each of those individual sectors. So how do you find an apprenticeship? Well, the main website is findanapprenticeship.gov.uk, and the first thing you need to do is go onto there and register your details. And what that means is obviously put in your postcode, where you live, how far you'd be willing to travel for work, the kind of level of apprenticeship you're interested in, and obviously the sector that you're interested in. And then every time a new apprenticeship that is put online, and it is a live website, so new ones come on all the time. And so anytime something that matches your search comes on, you will get an email alert to say, new jobs come on, you might be interested in having a look, go and have a look and apply. So it's a really, really useful website to use. But that's not the only place to look for apprenticeships. So general job sites like Indeed will also have apprenticeships, and most companies will now put any vacancies they have on their website and share them within social media. We also know that many apprentices still get their apprenticeships through friends and family. So if there's a particular role you're interested in, then make sure you tell people, because word of mouth, somebody might know somebody who works within that area who might know about an apprenticeship. You can go to the Vacancy Snapshot website. They've got tons of information on there. They've got lots of brilliant video clips of employers, particularly apprenticeship providers, talking about what they're looking for in an apprentice. And they've also got lots of information from current apprentices talking about what it's like to be an apprentice, tips on how to apply, fill in an application form, get through interviews, that kind of thing. So it's a really useful website. So you can contact us at the National Apprenticeship Service. You can call us, or you can follow us on social media. And we have lots more information on the amazing apprenticeship. That's information for students, for parents, and for teachers. Does anybody have any questions?
No, Emma, there's no questions in the chat at the moment. I was just going to say thank you for talking about the recent incentives from the government. I think it's really key for employers to understand the help that is out there in taking on new apprentices, and also worth mentioning the impact of COVID-19. You know, it has had an impact on the number of apprenticeships available, but I think it's fabulous that there are some out there. And as you showed earlier, obviously there's quite a few in the Solent area as well.
Yes.
So, yes, so feel free, I will monitor the questions, but feel free to keep talking all things apprenticeships.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's the end of the official presentation, yeah, I suppose I guess my tips around applying for apprenticeships is make sure you search on as wide a radius as you can, because you know, not every apprenticeship is going to be available on your doorstep. But if you are interested in a particular apprenticeship, so you may have to travel. some great tips for what to put on an application form. So the Vacancy Snapshot website and Amazing Apprenticeship websites have got some really good videos talking about that, of apprentices saying what they're looking for, and employers saying what they're looking for. I think it's important as a young person that you don't necessarily worry that you haven't got lots and lots of work experience. When you're trying to put on an application form for an apprenticeship, think about how you can demonstrate your skills, maybe things you've done voluntarily or things you've done within your family to help them. You know, employers like to see people being able to talk about how they've worked within a team, what they think their main skills are. So leadership skills, communication skills are always really high with employers. Whatever the job is that you're going for, it's really important to be able to talk and also to listen to people and take instruction. The other thing I'd say about apprenticeships is, you know, don't be put off by a potentially low starting wage, because, you know, wages do go up, and all that experience that you're gaining is going to make you very employable if and when you want to move on to another employer and look for a promotion. So I guess those would be the main things I would say about apprenticeships. Nikki, I don't know if you can think of anything that I've missed that might be worth me talking about.
No, I was going to add that I think employers these days really are looking at those transferable softer skills. I think a lot of apprenticeships, and especially young people, when they're applying, you know, they realise that perhaps they don't have the work experience and they wonder what to put on an application form. So I think it's really key to put on there, you know, times when you have taken the role, or times when you have acted as a leader in a situation, for example, just to show that you have some skills. Also, if you haven't actually got any work experience, it's worth putting on any hobbies that you've got, because quite often that gives the employer something to strike up a conversation with you over. It may be something that you feel is quite insignificant, but to an employer, it might show that you've got determination or perseverance, or you've got leadership skills that perhaps you haven't highlighted on your application somewhere else. And I know that if you apply to a particular employer, for example, one year and you don't get in, it's always worth asking for feedback on why you haven't been successful in your apprenticeship, because you could be successful if you reapply in a second year, for example. And I think that apprenticeships are so valuable now. It is a fantastic way to earn a living, but also get a qualification. And you can always start with a lower apprenticeship and then move up through different grades and get higher and higher qualifications. So really fabulous opportunities. And we have some amazing employers here in the Solent region particularly, who offer some fantastic apprenticeship opportunities.
Definitely. And I think something maybe I can just add about your application process. It's really important to start looking at apprenticeships now. Some of our larger employers will be opening up their apprenticeship recruitment windows now or just at the beginning of next month. And it's a long process to get you employed, ready for maybe June or July next year. So those larger ones, like for example, BAE, they will, and their interview process won't just be meeting somebody for an interview, which is what you might traditionally think an interview's like. You know, there are chances are there'll be a telephone interview, there'll be something called a psychometric test, where you'll be asked different questions, and you might have to do a timed sort of question type test that you will do online. So it's a process, a selection process. Some employers will invite you in for a group interview. I mean, at the moment, those kind of interviews aren't happening, but it could be an online group interview. Employers like to observe how you interact with other people and with existing employees. So if you are ever invited in for an interview that could be a group interview, make sure you're on it right from the beginning, from the first person you see, from the moment you walk in the door. You're being interviewed, but maybe they're not asking you questions in a formal way. So I would say the interview process is really worth thinking about. And on those websites I've talked about, they will talk to you about, there'll be videos about how to do well in those kinds of things. And the other thing to say is that maybe our smaller apprenticeship providers and employers, they tend to start putting their apprenticeship vacancies on from February onwards. So the larger ones recruit now, and smaller, more local employers recruit nearer the time of you leaving school or college. And that's why you need to register now and keep looking for opportunities, because there's sort of there's not like one intake like there would be with college or with universities. I hope that helps, Nikki.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And one thing that I would just add is, as you mentioned, some of the larger employees do have a sort of 4 or 5 stage process, which can seem quite daunting. And I think it's a process that a lot of young people haven't actually ever experienced until they do it for the very first time. So it can be quite scary. And I think if you get the chance to, please practice. Not only practice having an online interview, perhaps with your family, doing a sort of Zoom call from one room to another, but also practice trying to do questions under pressure. There is nothing more off-putting than knowing you've got 30 minutes to answer 15 questions. And instead of focusing on the question that you're trying to answer, people end up focusing on watching the timer counting down in the top of the screen. So my biggest takeaway from today is practice, make sure you come across really well, dress smartly, and look at the camera when you're talking. So I think there's no more questions for Emma, so I think we're going to wrap it up there today. Emma, thank you so much for giving a really clear insight into Ask Apprenticeships across the UK. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Nikki. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
you hear the backdrop, it does feel very at home.
So I'll introduce you in a minute. We're just having a changeover between the last session and this one. So then I will introduce you, just double checking, you are Sue Warren, Marketing Manager at Global Yacht Racing.
That's correct, yeah.
Fabulous, okay. We haven't had a huge number of questions in this morning, and you do have a sort of half an hour slot in which to speak, so please feel free to keep going.
Oh, God.
Okay, good morning again and welcome back to room 2. Now I'd like to introduce Sue Warren. Sue is the Marketing Manager for Global Yacht Racing, and she will be talking about some fantastic opportunities on the sea and RYA training. If you have any questions, please add them to the chat and Sue will pick them up at the end of the presentation. Over to you, Sue.
Hi Nikki, thanks very much. Thanks to everyone who's joined in today. I know this is strange times, but great opportunities still out there. So make sure that you really take on board all that today has to offer, because there are lots of great opportunities out there. I've come to speak to you today about the opportunities in the leisure sector of the marine industry. And whilst we're based here in the Solent, much of the opportunities that the leisure industry offers you is totally international. So really, the world is your oyster. We might be slightly limited in travel at the moment, but there's still fantastic opportunities. And in the future, these will open up again, I'm sure. So whilst you are aware, I'm sure, of opportunities in dinghy sailing and windsurfing, I've come here today to talk about sailing and primarily yacht sailing. So there are amazing opportunities throughout the Solent region to get involved in yacht sailing, but not just the sport of sailing, also yacht racing. And whilst we as a yacht charter company offer these opportunities to what's the point of a training programme? What opportunities am I going to get from doing this? So the employment opportunities range from holiday charters to yacht delivery. There's also engineers and hostesses, right through to the super yacht industry. And there are big financial returns possible in these sort of industries, but also it will give you lifestyle and opportunities that are far beyond perhaps what you've even thought of. A chance to get out in that marine environment, to be at sea maybe for 2 weeks and cross the Atlantic Ocean. There are just some amazing opportunities out there. Now, you might be someone who already knows about sailing. You might love going dinghy sailing at the weekends. You might even do some racing. And this will certainly appeal to you. But if you've never been sailing before, have never stepped on a boat, I want to talk to you as well, because you can start from absolutely no previous experience. If you're someone who doesn't particularly like exams and is much more practical minded, then this really is for you. And I want to tell you a bit later on about some of our trainees and what they've gone on to do. And one of those trainees started with us at age just 18, having come from doing a milk round. He chose not to go to university, had only ever read in books about sailing, ran away to sea, and is now sailing around the world. So please, this is open to absolutely anyone. So I work for a yacht charter company, and this yacht charter company owns yachts of about 40 to 50 foot and invites individuals along to race events around the world. So that's things like Cowes Week Regatta, that could be round the island race, which takes part around the Isle of Wight every year. And that's the third largest participation sporting event in the UK after the London Marathon and the Great North Run. If you're not sure about those, well, you might have heard of other events such as the Rolex Fastnet race, or the Rolex Sydney Hobart race that runs out of Australia. Or in the Caribbean, there are such things as Antigua Sailing Week, and all these events are open to everyone and anyone aged between 18 and 80. So, to get involved, to be a yacht skipper, you need some qualifications. And the Royal Yachting Association, based here in the UK, offers a range of qualifications from competent crew, day skipper, right up to Yachtmaster Ocean. These are internationally recognised qualifications, and with those, you can go and get some amazing employment opportunities. Now, you can go and get that training at any sailing school you like, and there are many academies locally as well that offer courses. Some even offer fast-track courses. But we're slightly different because we're a yacht charter company and we get involved with yacht races. Our traineeship programs allow you not only to train, but also to take part in these race events around the world. So that's right, taking part in the Rolex Fastnet race, for example, or coming and join us in the Caribbean for some racing at Antigua Sailing Week. So not only will you get training, but you'll also get the most amazing experience. And when you come to look for employment, that will place you ahead of others because other people will look for people with experience. And that's not only about experience on the water or being able to deal with problems on the boat. It's also about working with clients when they turn up and paid guests and being really good with your skills and solving problems as they arise. So, as a yachtmaster, you'll need to have done 50 days at sea, sailed over 2,000 miles, done 5 passages over 60 nautical miles, 2 of which must be overnight, and skippered 2 of those passages. So how are you going to get that experience? Well, our traineeship programs run from 4, 6 and 10 months in duration. And I'll come back to what those traineeship programs look like in a little while. But you can access them here in the UK, you can join us in the Caribbean, or you can take a 10-month programme that leaves from the UK, involves sailing the Mediterranean, a transatlantic crossing, and racing in the Caribbean. So fabulous opportunities from our traineeship programmes. Now, these traineeship programmes, as I say, run for 10 months, for example. Our 10-month programme would leave the UK late August, early September, and you do a number of passages down to the Canary Islands. You'd also take part in racing in the Mediterranean. So there are some prestigious regattas in the Mediterranean like La Voile de Saint-Tropez, So you get involved with that, with clients joining to race. And then finally, you get out to the Canary Islands ahead of a 2-week transatlantic crossing. This is just a fabulous life experience to be out in the Atlantic Ocean for 2 weeks with a group maybe of up to 8 others involved in racing against a group of, say, 120 yachts across the Atlantic and arriving in the Caribbean just ahead of Christmas. And then following the Christmas break, we come back to training and more regatta racing that takes us from January through to May and involves a whole variety of racing, from offshore racing like the Caribbean 600, which is the same length as the Rolex Fastnet race, where you'll do watches and people rotate around for a whole 24-hour period of racing, to inshore regattas where you have day races. So alongside your training, you're taking part in these international events as well and building up your miles and knowledge as you go, meeting prospective employees and getting interested and networking with other people that can offer opportunities beyond our traineeship programme. I think I've missed some things out, but I also wanted to tell you about what it's like to live on board when you do a traineeship programme. So our yachts are about 40 to 50 foot, quite big yachts. They have about 3 cabins and a main saloon area and 2 heads or toilets on board. People are very much using shared accommodation, so you're cooked together and then use marina facilities when you're in shore. And then offshore, there may even be times where you don't take a shower for a few days, but that's not a problem. The wildlife that you might see whilst you're out there, you'll often get visited by dolphins, and you'll get to see amazing fish, perhaps fish for your supper during the Atlantic crossing or on offshore passages. And also at night, just some stunning scenery that you just don't get to see when you're ashore. So our traineeship programme, as I say, is open from anyone from 18 to 80, although we've even had some 17-year-olds come and join us in the past. So they've undertaken some of their classroom theory and then joined us on the water once they were 18. And as I say, it does involve some classroom work, but many of our clients and trainees do find classroom work difficult and exams difficult, so they're given extra time where needed. But navigation really is all about practical, so when you're out doing the training on the water, you start to see why it's relevant to sit down at that chart table and do some of that navigational theory. So things become a little bit easier. We always like to show people, let them see what it looks like before they have to do that theory. As I say, open from 17 to 80, so we've had a number of people join us when they're 18. We've had, as I said, a guy join us who chose not to go to college. He wanted to run away to sea and not run up debt at college. So he came and joined us for some mile builders, and then did an Atlantic crossing with us, and then chose to race with us in the Caribbean for a season. Came back and worked with us for a little while, and then picked up some delivery work. He managed to work his way through the Panama Canal, and with an aim of going to New Zealand, and is currently in the South Pacific Islands. So he's really living his dream of sailing around the world, and that is possible. We've also had a 19-year-old Ollie who came and joined us. Again, he didn't fancy going to college. He took a traineeship really because he wasn't too sure what to do, but was very much interested in water sports. Decided then to go into the super yacht industry and had a fabulous season and got a lot of financial rewards from that. But then decided to come out of there and go and do some more racing. We've got James Harada, who's currently looking to compete in the Olympics in a 2-handed series. And he's actually sailing with round the world yachtswoman Dee Kafari and trying to gain Olympic qualification. So we've had some people that have come from milk rounds in Sheffield to racing around the world, and from Singapore and college to thinking about Olympic hopefuls. And there's people like Alex who did choose to go to university, and they thought he would have a gap year, go back to doing what his first love was, which is sailing. Thought he might like to work in sail making industry, but having sailed with us for a 10-month traineeship program, we spotted that Alex was very calm with clients, great at problem solving, and would make a great skipper. So he joined us for a season, and he skippered a Rolex Fastnet race, and his first season he got a podium finish. So he beat some very experienced sailors to do extremely well with clients of ours on this Fastnet race, a very challenging offshore race. So many of our trainees go on to do a wide range of things, but they do always succeed. And I think it's fair to say that they often excel and even achieve more than they thought was possible. And I think that's something that maybe a practical sport like sailing, my dog's just running the room. I knew he was going to steal the show. A practical sport like sailing really can give you those skills to really challenge yourself, but achieve perhaps more than you thought possible. And in a situation like we might currently find ourselves in, I think maybe it's those skills that we really need to succeed. It will certainly take you through any stormy weather and will make you realise that there is fantastic opportunities ahead. So I think I've probably spoken a little bit too quickly there, Nikki, but I'm sure you might have been able to pick up some things though that I've missed that might be questions to be asked.
Thanks, Sue. We haven't had any questions in the chat as yet. So if anybody has any questions for Sue, please add them to the chat and I will pass them on. I was just going to say, I think it's absolutely fabulous. There certainly are some really nice lifestyles to have. And certainly if people go and you know, sort of do their training, and then for those crew that go on to work on super yachts, for example, they can earn incredible salaries, can't they, whilst traveling the world and having a really nice lifestyle.
That's certainly true, Nikki. I mean, I think sometimes we think that these lifestyles are for somebody else to take part in, but they really are open to everyone. And whilst you might choose to go down the path of super yachts and hope maybe for a season or two to get great financial rewards, on the way, the lifestyle and the experiences that you'll get, being out at sea, working with a whole range of people, travelling to new places, I think that in addition to any financial reward is often more rewarding in itself. And certainly the range of opportunities that you've got, you know, one qualification like the OA Yachtmaster Ocean, for example, with a commercial endorsement, which doesn't take too much to do, can really open doors to a whole range of opportunities. You might not want to take them all at one go. You might even supplement something else that you're doing with that opportunity. Many people choose to skipper for holiday companies so that they get to have 2 weeks themselves sailing. But you're just adding more strings to your bow and also taking 10 months to do something quite amazing. And the sort of people that you'll meet along the way are probably people that you don't often get the opportunity to meet, but they're very varied and really interesting.
Thanks, Sue. Can you just talk a little bit about how you teach your traineeship? Obviously, there's things to learn such as navigational theory. We've moved on a long way from navigating by the stars, for example, and now there's sort of more modern techniques. But how do you actually deliver the training? So
our courses are a mixture of classroom theory, also practical on the water, and the events themselves, as well as mile builders. So it's a real mix of training. Unlike perhaps a normal college course or an academy run course, we tend to get trainees out on the water and really involved with events so that they already see when they come to sit down and do the classroom theory why it's important to understand the navigation and, you know, the tides, etc. And of course, as you're quite right, modern navigational techniques have moved on. So whilst we do still do paper chart works, you'll also be introduced to working with computers and all the modern navigational aids that are available now. So it's really quite technical in some respects, which means that the skill set that somebody has who goes sailing is really wide ranging, from practical work, sail changing, knowledge of weather, as you say, navigation, running the boat in general. The course is really wide ranging. So there are some classroom aspects of it, but much of it is very much practical, getting out on the water, looking at the boats, working with other people, so that you really understand the value of this extra knowledge that underpins that practical experience.
And can I just ask, when people apply to do their traineeship with you, what kind of qualifications or skills or personal qualities do you look for?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And we started off by selecting people that had previous yacht experience, but it wasn't always the best people to select. And actually we found that people's enthusiasm and interest was much more important. You do not have to have previous sailing experience or previous sailing qualifications to come and join us. We'll have a conversation with anyone who thinks that they might be interested. And certainly at the age of 18, 19, many people just want to come down and try a week with us and have a think, is this what I want to go and do? Because sometimes they haven't had the opportunity to experience this before. So we're really looking for people that are practical, are quite quick to solve problems, that are adaptable. You've got to be ready to change direction and change your plans depending on what happens. So I think a lot of it, you're quite right, is more skills and attitude than qualifications, really. We can train you and teach you to pass through the qualifications. Everyone can achieve that with the right training, but it's what you bring to it that really counts. So somebody who is adaptable and practical and is up for a challenge and is always ready to get involved and work as a team, that's really the skills that we look for. And I think some people maybe haven't even had a chance to see if those are the sort of skills that they have, but come out for a week on the water and you'll know you've got them. They just need to be challenged.
Thanks, Sue. Just highlighting once again how important transferable skills are, being able to work in a team, to communicate properly, but also how important that listening is, because that's obviously a really key skill when you're out in the water.
Yeah, and I think when people come and train with us, Nikki, because you have to take that role of skipper, and within a group, you rotate round and always everybody gets a chance to be that skipper, but also to be the crew. So you've all got to understand the different roles on the boat and how it works, but also be up to do all those different roles. And I think more than ever, these sorts of skills are what's important. And in an industry like ours, dealing with people that come along, the clients that want to sail, be it your boss, if you're working for somebody and it's their yacht that they've turned up on, you know, they will have certain standards that they expect. So you've got to be able to look after the boat, present yourself well, work with others, and stay calm in difficult situations.
Thanks, Sue. Obviously, you have a marketing role within global yacht racing. Can you talk a little bit about how you ended up in your role and what your background is?
Yes. Well, if there are teachers sat out there in a room, I'm feeling a bit sorry for you guys at the minute because I've been sat where you are. I've had a bit of a strange route in my life, perhaps. I started dinghy sailing at school and had a go at sailing with the Ocean Youth Club and decided to go and do an environmental science degree. And following that, thought, well, actually, oceanography and sailing, that's my passion. So took a master's degree at the University of Southampton. And unlike most people, I was very lucky. I got a job working in oceanography for the oil and gas industry for about 12 years and actually worked at the National Oceanographic Centre in Southampton, who I think are also taking part today. It was a great career, but it wasn't necessarily for me. It was very much statistics based, and I'm working in an office, and I needed to do something slightly different. So I travelled for a year, and then went into primary school teaching. So I have been a primary school teacher for a number of years, working from years 2 right up to year 6. And then decided that after 12 years there was needed another change, so came back to sailing again and got involved with Global Yacht Racing, who offered me the opportunity to get involved with the company at all sorts of levels. It's a small company, and like most sailing companies, everybody gets involved with lots of different roles within that company. So as well as marketing, I get involved with booking the different events, making sure that everybody's got what they need for those events. When we come to transatlantic, I get involved with the skippers, ordering food that will last for 2 weeks. So there's quite a lot of logistics involved. Making sure that boat parts get to where they're needed around the world when they're needed. Ensuring that clients are where they need to be. So I might go out and join events such as the start of the Ark in the Canary Islands, welcome everybody on board, and do some social events so that crews get to bond before they go to sea. And all the while using this to market and bring in new people to get involved with the events. But we find actually that we get a lot of repeat clients. So clients come and join us because they perhaps don't want to sell their own boat at an international race. They come and join us. They decide, well, we've done that race, we'd like to go and do another race. They might build up from just doing Cowes Week to join us for the Sydney Hobart race, and then perhaps go on to buy their own boat and race with their own crew. So we find that a lot of our clients are very much involved in personal development of their sailing. So not only do we train trainees, but I think really it's fair to say that we often end up training our clients as well. So the sport of sailing gives them a chance to develop their personal skills as well.
Sounds like you have a fabulous job there, Sue, and it's nice to hear that you still manage to get out on the water as well.
Yes, I do.
So what is the next big event on the horizon then?
Well, we are wrapping up the season here at the moment. The boat's out on the water in the Solent this week, getting the last of the sunshine. And then she will come back out on the water in March to start another 6-month UK programme. And obviously our big event next year will be the Rolex Fastnet race. And whilst that happens in August, the race itself goes off on a Saturday after Cowes Week. There's a lot of build up to the race, a lot of training ahead of the race. So our crews actually join us early May and do a number of training weekends, a number of qualifying races out in the Channel, and a number of other training events such as offshore safety as well. So the whole programme really starts early May and rolls through to big events perhaps later in the year of August. And also at the end of perhaps this year, all being well, we've got the Sydney Hobart race leaving from Sydney Harbour on Boxing Day, and the boats race across the edge of the Southern Ocean to the Tasman Sea and out to Hobart in Tasmania. So that's a really famous race with a lot of international interest, and always the biggest event for our clients.
Sounds really exciting. Just going back to traineeships very quickly. I'm conscious that we're getting close to the end of your session, but how many people do you take on a traineeship at any one time, and what sort of age groups do they tend to be?
That's a very good question, Nikki. So our boats tend to sail with a skipper and a first mate, and probably a maximum of about 8 crew in addition. And so we tend to limit trainees to about 2 trainees per boat. So we might take up to a maximum of 8 per year. And that might seem small in number, but we really like to try and make sure that each trainee has really good one-to-one session with the skipper of the boat. There's no point in us loading up the boat with a lot of trainees and then somebody else sitting back and never really getting involved. You've got to be skipper in that boat to obtain your qualifications. So we try and keep that ratio quite quite low, so no more than really than 1 to 2 trainees in terms of the skipper trainee ratio on that boat. And as I said, we'll take, it's just really a limit due to insurance. Need to be 18 to come out with us on the water, but we will go to people over 80 who've come and sailed with us as well. So any ages at all.
And can I just ask a quick question about insurance then? So do individuals arrange their own insurance, or do you arrange that for them?
So we have insurance that covers us for any issues that happen on the boat, and if somebody has to leave the boat, but once they arrive on shore, if they need any further support, then they would need insurance to cover that. And so we recommend that everybody has just a basic kind of general travel insurance that covers them. And that's something that we can help arrange for them. It's certainly not expensive, and it's no different really to anybody taking a gap year and making sure that they have insurance for events, activities that they take part in during that year.
Okay, that's fabulous, Sue. Thank you so much for your time today. So if people are interested in getting in contact with you or maybe taking up a traineeship, what would be their next step?
So all they need to do is contact us, obviously on our website, globalyachtracing.com, email us at crew, C-R-E-W, crew at globalyachtracing.com, or get in touch with us on our Facebook page. Any questions that you have, even if you think, well, maybe this is something I'd like to do in a couple of years' time, what do I need to do ahead of that? Just get in touch with us. We'd be more than happy to speak to anybody. And if our programs that we have on our website don't match up with what you want to do, or any qualifications that you already have, then we'll tailor a program to suit you.
Fabulous. Thank you, Sue. Thank you so much for your time today and for talking to us all about global yacht racing.
Thanks,
thank
Vicky.
you very
That's
much.
great. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Gareth Colwell. I'm a marketing officer at Portsmouth International Port, and we put together this short video today to talk about careers in the port industry and the wide range of opportunities that are available to people. So to kick off, it's just a little bit of background about the UK's port industry. So it's a very diverse sector, embracing lots of different activities that are critical to many parts of the UK economy. We're part of vital transport networks which support domestic and international trade.
Okay, thanks very much to Sue
for
for giving us an insight into yacht racing, especially here in the Solent region.
These can include things like fishing, passenger operations, leisure, so yachting, those sort of things, car ferries, which we have at the port, support for the offshore industry, such as oil rigs, gas rigs, international cables, coastal defences, environmental sciences as well. So over 90% of the UK's international trade by volume comes through ports. So what about Portsmouth International Port itself? So we're the UK's most successful municipal port, which basically means we're owned by the local authority, which is Portsmouth City Council. So a lot of the profit that we make goes direct to council services, so £8 million in a typical year, which has a great benefit for other council services which have been under strain over the past decade. We're currently investing around £30 million into an ambitious plan to revolutionise our cruise operations, to boost cruise trade, improve facilities for ferry passengers as well, and also help increase the amount of cargo that comes through the port. We've been recognised as a quality organisation of the year, so that basically means we leaders in a wide range of international standards, and that's been now recognised on an international level. Sustainability is also a massive thing for us as well, with lots of investments due to be made in the port over the coming years, including hopefully wind turbines and also an increased number of solar panels on the site. We've already got some, along with a very sustainable terminal which uses seawater to wash the toilets and uses wind catchers on the roof for air conditioning. Also looking at getting a revolutionary energy storage system, so we can store all that energy that's made by solar and wind and use it later in the day, so when it is needed. We've got long-term agreements with customers such as Brittany Ferries, so that's got 14 years to run on it, and looking to establish long-term agreements across the port to make sure we've got sustainable business going forward. The port's also home to Portico, which operates the 2 conventional quays at the port, so moving a wide range of cargo from bananas and soft fruits right through to wind blades, aggregates and grain. So here's some economic statistics that we had compiled last year. So we support over 5,500 jobs across the UK with activities at the port. Have over £700 million worth of non-EU trade that comes through our terminal as well. Make a £390 million contribution to the national economy. So, and also we also look after around 80% of the trade between the EU and the Channel Islands, and the second largest port by volume on the south coast. We've quite famously been known for importing around 50% of the bananas in the UK that come through Portsmouth, and also facilitate 1.8 million passengers going to France and Spain every year. We also, as the Port Authority, look after the wider areas in the harbour. So that's another 2.7 million passengers that use the Gosport ferry, another 4.4 million that go to and from the Isle of Wight every year. So to flesh that out, that's 9 million passengers a year that pass through the Port Authority area. Then on top of that, you've got 300,000 freight lorries, 250,000 of those coming from France and Spain, so from those big agricultural regions of those countries that produce a lot of salad goods, and soft fruits that we all like to buy in our supermarkets. And then there's another 50,000 movements to the Isle of Wight. Then if you look at all the passenger vehicles as well that travel upon the ferries at the port, that's over 1 million vehicle movements in total. We've got the largest fruit import facility in the UK, and we've also just recently purchased a new crane. So our 2 newest cranes over at Portico, when they're used together, can lift up to 250 tonnes. So can deal with some of the biggest loads out there. So a lot of what we would call project cargo, so things used for big infrastructure projects. Recently we took in a large satellite test chamber and loaded it onto lorries to be taken to the UK's new satellite test facility. We're the second largest cross-channel port. We've got the most European ferry destinations, and we're also identified as a major port by the Department for Transport. So here's a nice aerial photo of the port. You can see all the different areas. So sort of in the background you can see the naval dockyard, which Portsmouth is very famous for, home to the 2 aircraft carriers and obviously a lot of historic ships as well. So right in the distance you can see Warrior there, and HMS Victory in the Mary Rose Museum. But in the foreground, so you'll see an area with a pink line around it. That is the Portico site, so those 2 conventional quays. You can see 2 ships up against those in the picture. So that's where all those things like your fruit and your project cargo and your grain and your aggregates all come in over there. As you move down the picture, you'll see an area surrounded by a yellow line, so you're moving into Portsmouth International Port, which is also known as the Cruise and Ferry Port. So this is where all our ferry and cruise operations take place. So you can see there the terminal building. So if you're going to France or Spain or the Channel Islands, you'll either drive through the check-in gates, then go and wait to go through security, or you'll come into the terminal building and come and check in, and then get some refreshments and sit down and have a relax before you get onto your ferry. And then you've also got your freight gates down there where your lorries come in, then they'll come in and wait. Then you'll see an area with an orange border, which is the unaccompanied freight. So some companies will come in and drop the trailers from their lorries, and then they'll be taken onto the ferries by a tug and then picked up by another driver at their destination, which is an area which we'll probably see an increase in the coming years, as trade changes with the impact of Brexit. And then you've got an area there towards the right, surrounded by a green line, which is mainly used for dealing with Channel Islands freight. So as mentioned, around 80% of the goods that are consumed on the Channel Islands come through Portsmouth. So it's a really, really vital route for Jersey and Guernsey that trade keeps flowing through the port. So as you can see, it's not a humongous port, but we do a lot with the area that we've got. We make that area work hard. So here's some information from the British Ports Association, who are the trade association speaking on behalf of UK ports. So they've calculated that there's around 115,000 people directly employed by the UK ports industry. So then think about all the other industries that UK ports support as well. So, add all that up, that's a really substantial amount of people with lots of opportunities available. So there's just a brief overview there is also of all the sort of careers that ports need. So running through deck hands, corporate affairs managers, office surveyors, parking officer, there is, the list is pretty much endless. So what we're going to do now is go through some of those areas in more detail. So here's the bit you've been waiting for. So here are some of the careers that are available in the port industry. So we're going to have a little run through these. It's interspersed with a bit of video as well, with some examples of those roles at work. So starting in the top left-hand corner, you've got harbour masters and marine pilots and other marine personnel. So they are concerned with making sure that everything on the marine side, so on the water, is done safely and effectively and have a wide range of responsibilities. So here you can see a ship being pulled out to port with a tug, and aboard that ship will be a marine pilot who helps the captain of that ship navigate within the port or harbour, because they won't have experience of those areas. So you need someone with that expertise of the local area on the ship to help them navigate safely. So next up, you've got port operations. So this is a really big area of what happens within a port. You've got people, you've got key operatives, forklift drivers, right up to head of operations. And this wide team of people make sure that not only ships are moored safely, that then the freight that's upon them is then moved efficiently. They have to operate such things as heavy machinery, forklift trucks, mobile cranes, and a range of other reach stackers if they're dealing with containers. So here you can see some of those operatives at work. So this is moving some fruit off a ship coming into Portico. So you can see you've got your crane driver there moving those pallets across, and then you've got your two forklift drivers there coming straight in to pick those up and bring them into the refrigerated warehouses. So a wide range of roles there, and real opportunity to come in at a low level and actually work your way up within the port as well. So a very popular role within the port. So a team that works really closely with port operations is the passenger operations team. So in a port like ours, where we deal with lots of passengers that come through, a passenger operations team, so we've got a passenger operations manager who oversees all that side of the operation. So this involves making sure that everyone passes through safely, the security protocols are looked after, and that the customer experience is also up to the required standards. So this means looking after the terminal building, make sure it looks nice, it's got the right range of facilities in there for all the passengers. So there's lots of opportunities within that sector there for a customer service type of role. And then you've got engineers. So engineers at the port are the people who keep us going. So all the plant, vehicles, service boats, and general infrastructure, lighting, everything across the port. We have in-house engineers that help look after and make sure that those things are carry on working. So here's an example here, just coming up. So you've got a wind blade coming in there to be discharged onto the quayside at Portico. So engineers will be on hand to make sure that those the cranes are working, are maintained properly, and if there was a breakdown for any reason, they'll be on site to make sure that they could get those cranes up and running as quickly as possible, because you've got to be very, very acutely aware of tides and the fact that ships have other places to go as well. So there's not, people can't hang around for a long time waiting for their loads to be looked after while you do a repair. So you need to work quickly. So there's mechanical engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers. So we've had civil engineers working on our recent berth extension over on the cruise and ferry port, which we'll talk about more in a minute. And then, so also within the port, you've got lots of jobs that you also see in other industries. So, for example, we've got administration staff, we've got our own finance team. Health and safety is incredibly important in a marine environment. And then there's communications and marketing people like myself, who make sure that updates go onto social media and people know about the port and produce all the marketing materials, all the brochures, get photography arranged. And then you've also got business development teams, which are incredibly important. So we've got a business development manager at the port who works very closely with the business development team at Portico. So they're always out there looking for new opportunities, travelling to different countries to try and talk to people from different businesses to show them that Portsmouth is a really good option for them to be able to bring their business. There's also personnel related roles, so human resources, looking after people, and also IT as well. The smart ports are becoming a really, really big thing with small portable computers within machinery, helping get people to work in the most effective way possible. So the IT element of the port is one that's really, really growing. So lots and lots of different roles, and also it's just worthwhile mentioning that Portico have a customs agency. So it's something that we is going to really, really grow in the coming years, because they've been dealing with for many years, because we have shipments from all around the world coming in that we need to make sure we've got the right paperwork. But vacancies in the industry are going to increase rapidly. All goods coming from the European Union will require customs clearance from the 1st of January 2021. So there's going to need to be well-trained people that can deal with these people and help businesses get this stuff done. So that's a real area of growth that will be coming in the next few years. So I thought it'd be good to give you a real-world example of some of how all these roles work together to undertake a successful operation at the port. So recently we had the Majesty of the Seas come in. So it's a large cruise vessel. So it was the largest one that we've ever handled. The first one to use our new extended cruise berth. So it came in to repatriate some crew and to restock on stores. So who was involved to bring it to the port? So before she even arrived, you got to think about, well, how did Royal Caribbean know about us? Well, that is the work of the marketing teams and the business development team. So it's the marketing team getting the name out there, then it's the business development team working their contacts, trying to make sure that people know about the port, as mentioned earlier. So and making sure they have the confidence they can bring their ship in to Portsmouth and we'll take care of it safely. And then we've also, because mentioning the new extended cruise berth, so making sure that that was ready on time. So the civil engineers at the ports, the port project manager and our head of engineering, working with contractors to make sure that the ship could come in safely and the berth was ready. So now you can see in this video, you can see the ship coming into the harbour past the two aircraft carriers. So now doing a turn. So this is our marine pilot. So aboard that was one of our marine pilots, Nick, along with the harbour master, Ben, who navigated that turn in, coordinating themselves with the tugs. And then you bring it alongside. So then you've got your key assistant working with the berthing master to make sure it's moored up safely, and then attaching all the gangplanks and making sure that yeah, it's safely moored against the quayside. And then you move on, and then once, you know, this ship wasn't carrying passengers at the time, but there were crew that needed to leave, and the crew went on some shore leave, and also some were going off the port. So then that's our passenger operations manager, who's then coordinating with staff on the ship to make sure that security protocols are all followed. Then there's also sort of health protocols because of coronavirus as well, to make sure there's no issues there. There's also another role for the marketing team within this to make sure that we got all the correct footage, arrange for the drone operator to come in to take the photography and the video content, record all that. Then our finance team need to make sure that the cruise operator are invoiced. Health and safety staff need to make sure that things are all done properly, and personnel teams make sure that staff are kept safe as well. So as you can see, for what seems like just a ship coming into the port, there are so many different people involved that to make it happen. And as someone who's personally only worked in the maritime sector now for a year and 3 months, but my main experience of the maritime sector was living quite near the sea. But it's a really, really interesting sector to work within, and I would really recommend it. So, even if you're not looking at one of those sort of very, very specific roles, maybe like becoming a marine pilot or port operations, or but to become an engineer and work within the port, or work in marketing and work at a port, there's always different stuff happening, and there's a lot of there's never a dull day, and it's a real growth industry, and within this industry, with the British Ports Association, there's a camaraderie amongst ports as well. So I would definitely recommend it. Maritime UK have got lots of resources when it comes to it, and also British Ports Association are worth checking out to look into the careers sector more within the port industry. So yes, so I hope that was useful. It's sort of a brief overview. If you've got any questions, then by all means send them to port.communications@portsmouth-port.co.uk, and I will drop you a line back.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to Maritime UK Solent's Careers Fair. Now we're going to have a conversation with Leslie and Matt from Brockenhurst College, and they're going to speak about lots of courses, opportunities, and also the very exciting pre-cadetship opportunity. Brockenhurst College worked very closely with Southampton and Fareham as well. So over to you, Leslie and Matt.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Yes, we're talking to you today from Brockenhurst College. We're representing a number of colleges in the Hampshire area, namely Fareham College, Southampton City College, and us from Brockenhurst College, that offer a variety of courses and opportunities in the marine and maritime sector. A quick introduction. So my name is Matthew Rolfe. I'm the lead tutor for the Marine Department here at Brockenhurst College. I started my training when I was very young, over in the Norfolk Broads. I got qualified at Warsash Maritime Academy in 1997, where I graduated, and I became a professional yacht captain. And I had the opportunity to drive and work aboard a number of luxury yachts, primarily based in Europe, in the south of France for 15 years. In 2013, so about 7 years ago, I became a lecturer and a tutor in the marine industry, where I started teaching at Brockenhurst College, trying to give this sort of similar opportunities and experience to sort of 16, 18-year-olds looking to gain entry into the marine or maritime industry and further their career. I'm joined today by my colleague, Leslie Chandler, who will introduce herself.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Well, I graduated from Huddersfield College many years ago, then spent 7 years working on board luxury liners, travelling around the world, working for Royal Viking Line, Princess Cruises, NCL and RCCL. I enjoyed my time at sea very, very much and want to continue with my passions by getting involved within training. I've been involved within maritime training now since 1998 and continue to work within maritime training today to inspire those young people to go to sea. Thank you.
Okay, so a quick introduction about us. I think it's good to note for young people out there or employers, we at all the marine and maritime training colleges, we're a little bit different from other courses and other colleges, certainly your standard A levels or BTECs. We are all from industry. So that's all the marine training colleges around in Hampshire, Fareham, Southampton. We've all got that industry experience. We here are a team of 8, and we've got a variety of technical knowledges, abilities and experiences out in the real world that we try and bring into this sort of classroom format to deliver these sort of bespoke trainings, getting young people inspired and giving them the skills and knowledge that they need to enter and succeed and progress into the marine industry. Our main focus, or one of our main focuses, is sixth form courses. So there is actually a variety of choice in the marine and maritime training. So this is primarily aimed to 16 to 18-year-olds, year 11, leaving school with their GCSEs. They can apply to one of our colleges for a bespoke marine or maritime training opportunity. So we offer what we call a Marine Technologies Level 2 qualification, as does Fareham College and Southampton College. This course for 16 to 18-year-olds is a foundation and introduction into marine training. We teach them about health and safety, working in the marine and maritime environment. It's a very dangerous place to work, I'm sure you're aware. Working in shipyards on shore or working at sea on different type of vessels can be a very dangerous place. So our focus at the initial stages of training is to give them that health and safety training on board in our environment and highlight the risks that are involved and give them that education and training. The course goes on to cover working efficiently and effectively in the marine industry. It's a very high-paced industry out there, as I'm sure you're seeing from the other talks. And it's very important that the young people entering that industry knows about the pressures, the time constraints, the demands of the industry, and are working efficiently and effectively from the day they start their career in the marine or maritime industry. So we sort of upskill them that. We give them the technical ability. So on our Marine Technologies course, that's an introduction to marine engineering. So we will tell them about different engineering processes. And that's not just engineering formula. We are talking about engines. So to any 16, 18-year-old that is got an interest in engines and propulsion systems or water sports and want to take it to the next level, we will give them the technical knowledge on 2-stroke engines, 4-stroke engines, petrol engines, diesel engines, and give them those sort of experience. We have running engines in our workshop. We have a variety of them. And just to give those initial exposure to these combustion engines combined with some engine theory really helps give those skill sets and get them ready for the workplace. Integrated in the course is a bit of boat building. It's obviously boats can be built out of a variety of different materials. So we give 16 to 18-year-olds an exposure in different types of woods, different types of metals, and the more advanced composites. That's fiberglass and carbon they're using now. Again, we're using exactly the same materials that they would use in industry. It's just a question of size and scale, but they are using exactly what they would be using in the same way, the same processes as they would do in industry. We embed in the course all the skills after speaking to our partners in industry, our partners in higher education, so universities, and current apprentices and cadets and businesses about what they really want learners who apply for these jobs and these opportunities in the marine sector to have. Current completed apprentices, we speak to them about what skills they would have liked to have learnt during their early training and their foundation to help support their career development as they gain the jobs. So we're looking to bespoke the training around what the industry needs and what the demands are to make the best candidate go for these jobs and to support them as they enter their career progression in whatever specialism they're looking to go into. I think I always say, I'm generalizing and speaking for employers, but I think it's fair to say some employers view school leavers as high risk, certainly when we're talking about the marine and maritime industry. Obviously, coming out of school at 16 with GCSEs and some hobbies, potentially a Saturday job is fantastic, and there's some absolute talent coming out of the schools with a keen passion and interest, but they can be viewed as not work ready straight from school. That's where we come in, and other training providers like us, where we can take them on a full-time course, we replicate the work environment, we can give them some theoretical knowledge specializing in the marine and maritime sector, we give them practical training in a controlled environment on our running engines, in our workshops, managing and handling the precious materials that we use in the marine industry, and can just give them that upskill into to preparing them, combining that with some enrichment, some exposure into different areas they might look to go into in the marine and maritime, just to sort of focus what it takes to be a marine engineer, what it's required to be a boat builder or a cadet in the merchant navy, and all the courses really are sort of tailored to honing what choices they are looking to do. So we've been running these courses for a number of years. They've been very successful. A number of employers now will recruit directly from our sixth form course rather than directly from school. I think that a number of employers, and please, obviously ones that are talking before, if you speak to them, they will traditionally recruit from maybe A levels or from university, but they can see the benefit of these practical sixth form bespoke training courses that we and other training providers offer. There is different progression routes available to our successful completions of these courses. That could be into an apprenticeship. So we work with a number of employers that will recruit directly into an apprenticeship. And I think it's fair to say the bulk of our learners coming on are looking to do that. That's not to say that some of our learners can apply directly from these bespoke marine and maritime courses to university. So we do work very closely with Solent University, and they are very happy and willing to interview successful candidates onto a foundation degree. Maybe not the traditional route than going from school to A level into maritime, but certainly if they're showing the keenness to maybe progress into something like naval architecture or yacht and powercraft design, our course does lead into that as well as apprenticeships. We also feed into the Royal Navy. There was a fantastic talk earlier from the Royal Navy and the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. Again, we fill that age gap between maybe 16 and 17 on our full-time provision, and can give that marine foundation training and maritime training and lead into to one of the armed forces, the Royal Navy or the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. We are running now, which we'll have some more detail on as we progress through this, a pre-cadetship course, which is the sixth form course aimed to give students the specialist knowledge and skills to progress into cadetships with potentially with a shipping company that's advertising today or is out there. So there's lots of opportunities. We're here to support and guide and signpost and give that training, and we're constantly developing and working with the partners to try and get that training up and running. Combined with that, we do a lot of enrichment. So we offer all our learners the ability to get an RYA powerboat level 2 qualification that gives them a license to drive boats. They'll have a portfolio of evidence which documents their training practically, that they're able to take to interviews and show shipping companies and employers and apprenticeship companies what they've done, what skills they've learned. These are all assessed by our qualified marine staff, and they'll have a technical certificate awarded to them, showing that they've got the knowledge, they've passed the exams, and they've achieved that. And that's all designed to give them that skill set to enter the interviews and progress. So that's our sixth form provision. I'm going to hand over to Leslie to talk a bit more.
Hi. Big shout out to all the schools that are listening today. We hope you're enjoying your Maritime UK virtual careers event today. I'm going to talk to you about the pre-cadetship. It's a very exciting programme which was launched at Brockenhurst College last September. We're very proud of our cadets, all our students, and now I'm going to give you a little bit of an insight into what a pre-cadetship is about. So when you join college as pre-cadetship, the first thing that you should know is that you're in uniform within the first 3 weeks of coming to college. You're going into an industry where uniform is very, very much the dress of the day. So that's the first thing for you to realise. So the types of things that you'll be looking at when you do a pre-cadetship is it's a full-time course. You will have lots of enrichment on the course and lots of preparation to go into a formal cadetship upon completion of your pre-cadetship. We're very strong links with Clyde Marine, SSTG, and we also link up with Solent University, our partners. Upon successful completion of your cadetship, you will be able to get the opportunity to go for a cadetship with a shipping company and then go on to university at Solent. So the course that we do is very much competency based. So you'll be looking at health and safety, communication, hand skills, marine engineering, and yacht and shipbuilding. So you will learn all about those different skill sets. An important thing to note about the pre-cadetship is that we're really well supported by local businesses and also by big shipping companies. For example, Carnival invited us with our pre-cadets last year to go on Queen Mary. So all our cadets had a great day on board Queen Mary, full run of the ship, lovely lunch on board, and got a great insight into what it was like from an existing cadet on board and an officer. That was a great day for everybody and a complete inspiration for all our cadets. We also take all our cadets down to Solent University, and they have a tour of the university, and they have a simulator training day on their fantastic simulator, which provides a unique experience for our pre-cadets. So it enriches the programme and makes you much more aware of what to expect when you go on to a cadetship and a career in the Merchant Navy. All these courses are available to everybody. Women in Maritime is very much at the forefront now, and we've got lots of ambassadors coming through, which is great to see. So we like to see lots of engineers out there as well. So it's not just for males, engineering is for females as well. Obviously, with our links, we invite lots of different shipping companies in, or we do virtual meetings as well with them, so you'll hear firsthand. We also bring in past students to talk to you, who can tell you exactly what it's like to be a cadet following the pre-cadetship at the college. I'm now going to pass you over to Matt, who's going to go into a little bit more detail about apprenticeships with you.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow on, so I think it's worth pointing out and highlighting that today has been a fantastic opportunity for all shipping companies and marine universities and maritime training sectors all over recruiting. We're kind of there. I want to plant the seed that if you apply to the Royal Navy or a shipping company for a cadetship or one of the marine companies for apprenticeship, and for whatever reason you're not successful, that happens. Getting a job, getting a cadetship, getting a place at university can be challenging, can take multiple attempts. It's just to remember that there is these sixth form pre-cadetship marine training opportunities. So it's that if you don't succeed first time, don't give up. Come to us, contact one of the training providers. It doesn't matter what your skill set is on one of these foundation training sixth form courses. The training's fully funded, or we can certainly help with funding. and we can continue your training and help and support your application to make sure you are successful. So that's kind of where we come in. If you're not successful straight away on an apprenticeship, a cadetship, a university placement, a course, we can upskill you, we can offer those opportunities to you on the training. I'm going to move on to apprenticeships. So we are, as a recognised training provider for apprenticeships, ourselves here at Brockenhurst College and our partners and colleagues at Fareham College in Southampton City. We offer a variety of apprenticeship training. So these are for learners who have successfully secured a job in the marine industry with a supporting company. They can recruit from school at any age, and there is no upper age limit. So we do train apprentices right into their 30s, 40s, 50s, for those that may be potentially looking into a career change. And there's funding available that we can advise to help support that. Aimed for the 16 to 18, maybe if university is not your option for training and higher education, apprenticeships might be the preferred route for you, and certainly there's some fantastic opportunities in the marine and maritime sector. So we offer a marine engineering apprenticeship, a boat building apprenticeship, and actually a marine upholstery apprenticeship here at Brockenhurst College. So this is much more specialising than our sixth form training. The proviso is that you're already in employment doing that job role with a mentor, with a supporting company that's sponsoring you. We will provide the training, the additional training to help you and guide you through your apprenticeship, to give you the qualification and officially make you a marine engineer or a boat builder, or whatever specialism that might be. Apprenticeship training normally can consist of either a day release to college, so 4 days of the week you are in the workplace, performing your job duties with a variety of companies that recruit apprenticeships, and a lot of them are being signposted here today. It could be a block release training, which means that you'll maybe do a few weeks at a time over. So you might spend a few weeks at college doing your exams and your training here, and then you're released back to the workplace for a number of weeks. But it works in conjunction. So we as a training provider will give you the knowledge. So you come to us for a day, usually, or a block, where we will work through and provide you what we call the technical certificate, normally provided by City and Guilds or one of the awarding bodies. This shows the employers and the awarding bodies that you're studying the units, you're progressing through the exams and the knowledge of what it takes to become a marine engineer, what it takes to become a boat builder, a marine electrician, a marine upholsterer, whatever trade you're working in. The day at college is a paid day's work. So you are paid whilst you come to college and study at one of the training providers, which does obviously help. The training is provided either by the employer, the cost of training, or subsidised by the employer. So there is no cost to you to do an apprenticeship for your training side of things. It is very rewarding because a lot of your training work is combined and tailored to what you're doing day to day. If you are working with the variety of marine engines, or you're building traditional boats, or could be advanced composites or shipbuilding on the larger scale of workboats and military. And we bespoke your training for your apprenticeships to give you those skills that you need. We are offering what we're calling the new apprenticeship standards. Now, this is a big thing that's been going on in the industry for a number of years. It's very confusing. It's designed for academics to work through. Just an overview, the government and the awarding bodies and all the training providers, specifically in the marine industry, got together and revamped the apprenticeship delivery, trying to modernise it, bring it up to the next level, to the demands that industry are requiring. And we are running the new modern apprenticeship standards. Now, this changes a few things for 16 to 18-year-olds. One thing I highlight to people on their first steps on their journey onto apprenticeships is the training that's offered now is much more flexible to suit the employer's needs with the new apprenticeship standards. And at the end of the apprenticeship training, you will go through something called endpoint assessment. Now, this is normally a panel or an interview scenario where at the end of your apprenticeship training, you will go to present your training, your certificates, what you've achieved, and detail the projects that you've done provided by the employer to the panel. And it's on successful completion of this endpoint assessment that you'll be awarded your apprenticeship. Now, this is primarily designed to replicate degrees. It's like a dissertation, as you might be aware, that degree students have. This will come with, the endpoint assessment will be awarded professional recognition, so you'll essentially get letters after your name. So we're really raising the standard of apprenticeships and what it takes and what it means to have achieved your apprenticeship. Marine apprenticeships last approximately 48 months, which is 4 years for your training. So it's 2 years at a foundation level, and then you move on to what we call the development phase, which is a level 3, before you're going to this endpoint assessment to give you those skills and practicals. The apprenticeship focuses on 3 main areas: knowledge, skills, and behaviours. Is what we're looking to assess and present to these end panels to prove that you have the knowledge, you have the skills, and you have the behaviours to be professionally recognised as a marine engineer or a boat builder or a marine electrician. The knowledge comes from the college side, so we will do the technical certificates, the exams, the training, and we've got industry experts ready to help and support you through the exam criterias and assist in getting that knowledge, getting the certificates up to the required level. The skills come from the workplace, so that's your time in work, doing the jobs, being mentored, and we as training providers will visit you in your workplace and act as that support network, liaising with your company, your employers, being there to help you support, gathering the evidence of all the skills you're gaining over that 4-year period, working on marine engines, building boats, or whatever it is you're doing in the workplace. And remember, that's a paid day's work, paid week's work throughout your training to no cost. So at the end of it, you'll get the qualification, you'll get the professional recognition with no debt, and a job and a professional recognition at the end of it. So very worthwhile. We are in our partnership with higher education. We are developing now the marine degree apprenticeships that we're looking to put live. Certainly, we're working with the Solent University on their development of higher level apprenticeships. So again, going right up to level 4, 5, getting the degree apprenticeships up and running in the marine industry. So in the next few years, we hope to be partnering with the awarding bodies and getting them live. So any new uptakes on the apprenticeships, it's exactly the right time to progress further, paid all the way through right up to degree apprenticeships to gain that. So I'll hand back over to Leslie, who's going to talk a bit more about careers.
So, to see or not to see, this is the question. You've got a lot of information today, so you'll be able to make some informed choices of how you want to take your career further. So some of those things may be Merchant Navy, Royal Navy, you may want to consider being a boat builder, a shipwright, you may want to work on super yachts, local ports, harbours, or you may just want to consider all your options and take a break and do your A-levels first and then consider your next steps from that. Whatever you do, make sure you do your research, have a look out there, what's about, consider the website, look at Brock website, see what we've got available, check out the virtual open events that are available for you to check out, and then you can look a little bit more into depth your future career choices and making sure you get the right course for you. Obviously, there's so many careers out at sea and onshore as well, and I think it's important to realise that either way, which one you choose, when you've been at sea, you can come shoreside and work. And when you've been shoreside, you can also go to sea at work, to work as well. So there's lots of opportunities out there for you to consider. We're now going to talk about some of the success stories from the colleges. And I'm going to hand back to Matt, who's going to tell you about James from City College, Southampton.
Yes, so we and the training providers in FE at college, we always thrive on seeing our learners come in from school potentially at 16, 17 maybe just having that idea of in the marine or maritime, they come to us potentially with little or no knowledge or skills, but to see them blossom and get their qualifications, work through, and some of our past students now are setting up their own businesses, they are getting the promotions, they're traveling the world. I think that's a good point. I try and encourage all my learners is to think bigger. Their training might start here in Hampshire and in the south coast of England, but they need to think bigger and broader. The marine and maritime is all about travel, whether it's goods or passengers or people going on holiday. And we, as the training providers, generally do come from, have worked globally around. So to think bigger and to see the learners start in a workshop and then progress into their apprenticeships, get qualified, or the cadetships, and then travel and progress through is fantastic for us to see that journey with them, and obviously offer the same opportunities. So there is some fantastic stories from our colleagues over at Southampton City College, James, who I'll put the slide on, apologies. There's James, who was doing the full-time course at City College, and has now successfully got his work placement and apprenticeship for a company as a marine engineer, who's on this journey, and he does get to travel. If you can see on the PowerPoint, he now gets to travel across the whole of the South England, recruiting on and working on different boats, different jobs all the time. So to see someone come from school, get that basic training, secure an apprenticeship, and then go off, earn the money and get the skills, it's fantastic for us to see. And those opportunities are out there. They're in huge demand for next year's recruits from the companies that are looking for the talent, looking for the enthusiasm for people to come on board.
Okay. And we're going to talk about Lauren. Lauren studied a marine programme at Brockenhurst College, and she's currently a BP engineering cadet. Lauren's been in recently, actually last week before, to talk to our pre-cadets this year. She did her work experience on Sir Alan Sugar's super yacht, the Lady A, which was absolutely amazing for her, gave her absolutely wonderful experience, and she had an amazing time. He then won a European Commercial Marine Young Persons Development Award, which gave her a sum of money to help her with cadetship and her further studies. And then, obviously, following that, she was recruited by BP and is now on phase 3 of her cadetship. And she's just come home following a tour of duty on board, and had an amazing time and developed lots of new skills, which now she's sharing with the cadets that are with us at the moment, who've been able to ask direct questions to her and what it's really like, which is very, very valuable. Lauren is a true ambassador for women in maritime, and we wish her all the success for the future.
And finally, Adam from Fareham College has kindly offered to present his journey through the training, who is working for the Metropolitan Police, which is another avenue, just to highlight that there's a variety. We've got, with all the training providers have such fantastic stories from learners. They're coming from school within a few weeks, months of training, they're in employment, they're in the apprenticeship, they're in the cadetships, and within a few short years, they're off building boats, servicing engineers. And there is this wide variety in the marine training, working with the police. Adam's based in London on the Thames, Metropolitan Police, as a marine engineer. So there is a wide variety of employment opportunities and training opportunities, and all signposts through your local training college on the marine side. It's just an introduction. We've obviously got plenty more students and stories to share. Obviously, at our open days, they come and speak to future parents, and future recruits. So we just wanted to highlight a few. That there is opportunities out there. It's a fantastic work environment, and we're all about getting people into the careers and helping them, assisting them, or kickstarting. So quite often it's the first steps that are the hardest, but once you start on your marine or your maritime career journey, all the doors open up, all the opportunities open up, we're there right at the very start just to help you, give you the skills, give you the training, signpost the opportunities, and get you on your way. So from Leslie and I hope that was interesting to you, and we are very welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Leslie and Matt. We don't have any questions at the moment, and we do need to wrap it up. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time today. Really interesting to hear about all these opportunities, especially the pre-cadetship and those specialist apprenticeships that you mentioned. And thank you again for sharing some success stories. It's really, really nice to see positive stories of where students go once they've finished with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can see that now. And if you keep screen sharing, then that will live stream to YouTube.
Okay, I just want to make sure I've got audio. Show names, share computer sound. So yeah, that should be it, because there's some videos at the end of this presentation. So
if you just play as normal, then that will work.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, welcome back. I would like to introduce you to Ian Palmer. Ian is from ShipSafe Training, and he's going to be talking about opportunities on how to become a merchant navy officer. just a quick reminder, if you have any questions, please pop them in the chat and Ian will pick them up at the end of the presentation. Over to you, Ian.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Ian Palmer, as just introduced, from ShipSafe Training Group. We recruit young people to train as merchant navy officers. We're a consortium of 20-odd shipping companies, and on the slide you see the companies we work for. So container ships, Evergreen and OOCL, ferry companies, P&O and Seatruck, offshore, Boston Putford and North Star Shipping, dredgers, Britannia, CMEX, Hanson and Tarmac, tugs, Solent Towage, Cable Lane, Global Marine, jack-up barges, sea jacks, research vessels, Guardline, feeder ships, Garth Shipping and John H. Whitaker Tankers. SSTG is a not-for-profit organisation working on behalf of 20 shipping companies. So some interesting facts about this kind of industry. 75% of the planet's covered by water. Britain is an island nation depending extensively on sea transport. 96% of imports and exports are carried by sea. 98% of internal voice and data traffic goes by submarine cable. 50 million people travel by sea each year. Maritime industries employ 250,000 people plus. So maritime's third largest service sector in the UK. So what do officers do? Marine engineers are responsible for the operation and maintenance of all machinery, from the main engine to the complex computer control systems. Electrotech officers are responsible for advanced electrical equipment and computer control systems. Deck officers will be responsible for the safe navigation of the vessels, passengers, crew, cargo, etc. The training, what's involved? So 3 years training split into 5 phases. Phase 1's at college, building academic skills. Phase 2 at sea, building practical skills. Phase 3, back at college, ongoing studies. Phase 4, back at sea, completion of the training record book. And final phase at college, where you do all your final examinations, oral exam, and that's where you're issued your certificate of competency, which allows you to work on any ship anywhere in the world. Which route can you take? So there's an HNC, HND. So entry requirements for that are GCSE grades 9 to 5, 2017 on. Levels A to C, pre-2017. Scottish National 5 at levels A to C, or standard grades 1 to 3. Grade to include maths, physics, or dual science and English. Foundation degree is 48 UCAS points in unspecified subjects. Engineer and ETO have to have studied maths or physics together with good grade in mathematics at GCSE. Where can you study? There's a list of all the maritime colleges around the UK. All the training programs offered within the UK are approved by the Merchant Navy Training Board and the Maritime Coast Guard Agency. So the sponsorship package, everything's paid for in terms of all your tuition fees, your uniform allowance, exam fees, travel allowance paid, and then there's a personal training allowance paid to you, which should keep you going. Should not allow you to finish higher level education in debt if you're clever. So I want to show you some videos now. The 3 of these are 3 or 4 of them are quite short, just sort of showing different parts of the industry. All the photographs used in these videos are all taken by current cadets. And then there's the final video of 2 cadets discussing their training. So here we go. Let's hope this works.
merchant navy is the trading of goods and movement of people. It's the commercial side to shipping.
I wanted to work at sea. I didn't know what kind of career exactly I wanted at sea. I knew you could work on yachts and other boats at sea, so I went along to different open meetings in different places, different colleges, and found this course through there.
The merchant navy is very important. People don't realise there's a high percentage of all goods coming into the country and out of the country are all transported by ship, because it's far cheaper to pay a ship to transport goods than it is to transport it by air or land.
It attracted me basically because all sorts of things really. It's the sea, yeah, definitely all the travelling is really good and different experiences I'm getting. So SSDG are an agency, a company which basically get you in touch with shipping companies like Serco, which can sponsor you throughout the cadetship.
SSDG helped me, they got me the company and they got me the job and they took me on. And any questions that I have with SSDG are always happy to help.
SSDG have been in touch with me pretty much the whole time. They come to the college at every phase I have at least once and go through things with me, make sure I'm happy, make sure everything I'm getting on well with everything and all my work. The first day I spent at sea, I was really excited and went straight up to the bridge and everything and got really stuck in straight away and got on with looking through different charts and stuff like that of where we were going. We were actually in Cape Town at the time, which was nice. So yeah, and I got shown around by different people and stuff and slightly nervous but excited mainly.
I started off with a 6 months introduction course, and that breaks you into everything you'll be expected to learn in the whole course.
It's about 3 years long, and at the end you will get your certificate competency, and also depending on what route you take you can either get a HND, a higher national diploma, or a foundation degree. SSDG are really good because they've helped me the whole way through. They've always been there. I know I can call them up whenever I need to or anything like that. They're also they've got really good relationships with all employers and colleges, and there's no false promises. You see exactly what you're going to get, so they always help you along and try and get you the best possible sponsorship you can. At the moment I'm going to aim for captain and just see where it takes me really.
In the end I'd like to be chief engineer, but hopefully on tankers still, on tankers.
People should choose a career in the Merchant Navy because it's so diverse. There's so many different things to do, so many different job roles.
I like travelling. Going all different places, meeting new people. I really do enjoy meeting new people and different places and that. And just seeing sights that you think that a lot of people would never ever see, and getting paid to do so.
So that's the end of the video sequence. If you want to apply or how to apply, you visit the SSTG website, and there's also address there for the application form. Lots of information on the website. And there's some more information regarding contact details, and I'll just leave the next slide running that just reinforces everything that I've been talking about for the last 15 minutes. So if there's any questions, now's the time.
Hi Ian, that's great, thank you. There are no questions coming through just at the moment, but I have a couple if that's okay.
That's fine.
I think those videos were really lovely, and it just shows the sort of type of life that people can expect if they follow this route. And obviously the video highlighted both male and females. Can you just sort of clarify whether all roles are open to everybody?
All roles are definitely open to everybody. I think currently, it is more the engineer roles that the girls do definitely seem to be more interested in now. I think it's a lot more open to them.
Okay, lovely. And obviously we're streaming into some schools as well today. Would it be possible just to clarify the differences between the Merchant Navy and the Royal Navy, in case people aren't quite clear?
The Royal Navy are for the security of the country, and that's what they do. They protect this country from everything in terms of that. The Merchant Navy is commercial shipping. So anywhere from cruise liners, container ships, things that you probably, cable lane, people think that sounds really quite boring and all of that, but we have a company that we work for that has 7 ships that sit in certain locations around the world. And if one of the telecoms cables or anything like that break down, they go out, trench the cable up, make the repair, and that's that kind of life they lead. So there's lots of variation in terms of the Merchant Navy, but the Royal Navy, their ships are grey and they're for the security of the country.
Fabulous, thank you, Ian. Obviously the starting salaries that you showed were really good, and I'm sure that they will appeal to some young people out there. What kind of skills are you looking for when people apply?
Preferably now, most shipping companies prefer people to be 18 when they, or at least 18 by the time they go to sea. So if they've stayed at school and done A levels, that's great. We'd really like the A levels to be in maths and science, but that's not necessary if you're getting good grades in GCSE. We like to see young people that have done a BTEC level 3 or anything like that. They're the kind of skills. If they've got somebody in their family that has been in the Merchant Navy or Royal Navy, they've got an understanding of it. Friends, if they've been, so that they've sort of had a little bit of initiation into this, and they've got an idea of what they're looking for and looking at. It is quite a different way to work than just going into the office every day.
Okay, so alongside those academic qualifications in maths and science and potentially engineering, are you looking for any softer skills as well?
I suppose people that are, the soft part of it is because you could be on a ship with quite a multicultural. So people that get on with other people, you know, you've got to be prepared to push yourself forward all the time. If you go onto a ship and you're doing your training record book, you're the one that's in control of your training record book. Some officers won't necessarily take you aside and say, oh, what are we doing today and all of that. You've invariably got to take the officer aside and say, I need to do this today. So you've got to be kind of good at that sort of stuff.
Okay, that's lovely, Ian, thank you. I think we'll wrap it up there for today, but thank you so much for sharing your time and for giving us an insight into becoming a Merchant Navy officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kutchuk, Lewis, Connor Cadet will see
Mariana,
Neve,
Adrian,
Emily, Charlie,
15,
11, 12. We're 12.
M-am și pe ani.
Outgoing. Sunt ambițioasă, muncesc greu și sunt prietenoasă. Handsome, excitable,
Cheeky, ploy, trying to be creative sometimes.
independent, ambitious,
Dramatic,
courageous,
not selfish.
happy, loud, interesant, the people, amazing,
Loialitatea,
life changing, supportive,
you make great friends.
challenging, it's a home away from home,
Community.
opportunities, thrilling, very, very wonderful,
Makes you feel proud.
challenging, phenomenal. So it's just my face. Can we retake that shot? That was like rubbish.
I do love that video. Hi, my name is Daniel McAllister. I'm Director of Fundraising and Communications for Sea Cadets. Welcome. This is a video that Maritime UK have asked us to put together just to explain a little about who we are, what Sea Cadets is all about, but also give a little bit of an understanding as to what it all could lead to. The prospects and opportunities of the maritime sector that lead from being a cadet are pretty amazing. So the best way for me to do that, I think, is to invite a colleague of mine, Lieutenant Commander Vicky Marson, who heads up the careers pathway within our brand new tool for all cadets. It is the Sea Cadet portal, essentially an app. It is the Sea Cadet experience in every cadet's pocket. And I'll let her say a few words. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicky Marson. I've been asked to talk to you today by Maritime UK as an employee of the Marine Society and Sea Cadets, and as my role as a portal pathway manager for the Sea Cadets portal, and also for someone who's very proud to be one of the many volunteers who give their time to the Sea Cadets. Sea Cadets is the UK's leading national maritime youth organisation. It currently has around about 15,000 young people aged between 10 and 18 years of age. These are split into 3 cohorts: Sea Cadets, Royal Marines Cadets, and Junior Sea Cadets. We have 403 units that are located across England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Isle of Man, the Channel Islands, and we even have units in Bermuda and Malta. We have 9,000 friendly trained volunteers, some like myself from a naval background, others not at all, but everyone bringing with them valuable life experience. Our platform, the Sea Cadets Experience, is built on the customs and traditions of the Royal Navy, which is delivered through our core values: honesty and integrity, self-discipline, respect, loyalty, commitment and courage. It inspires our commitment to support and work in helping to launch young people for life. This just means that being a Sea Cadet gives you the experiences, adventures and even qualifications to prepare you for success ahead in life. We've just launched our new and exciting digital platform, the Sea Cadets portal. It's like our own social network, and it helps us support our cadets directly, each building their own journey. The portal empowers our cadets by giving them access to a huge amount of information, such as news feeds, their current status and their personal Sea Cadets experience, as well as sight of future possibilities, not just within Sea Cadets, but also for their career after they age out at 18. Many of these opportunities can help cadets achieve skills which are transferable into the maritime sector through courses such as marine engineering, catering and stewarding, seamanship, navigation, first aid, leadership training, including skills which are further developed via practical experience aboard our inshore and offshore fleets. Cadets training is also further enhanced through STEM and Duke of Edinburgh Awards, BTECs and other cadet vocational qualifications. We're continually reviewing the quality of information that supports and sets our young people on a career path with competence and confidence, as we're in the process of adding the careers information into our portal. This will give our cadets the opportunity to view at an early stage and allow them to start to prepare a pathway for their brighter future. If you want to learn more about Sea Cadets, you can visit our webpage at www.sea-cadets.org. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Vicky. Certainly a lot for people to process. So I think what we really need at this point is to hear from one of our cadets. a very special cadet, one of our top tiered cadets throughout the country, what we call a First Sea Lord cadet. And Cadet Sergeant Laurel from London area would like to share a few words about what she thinks of Sea Cadets now.
Why is the Sea Cadets cool? For starters, you get to do so many different courses and activities. You could do things like aviation, where you get to fly planes, communication information systems, and marine engineering, where you get to do all that techie stuff with radios and engines. Then you have boating courses and qualifications, which include things like sailing, paddle sport, rowing, and power boating. Those are so much fun. As well as that, you can even go international. You can go on things like international exchange or offshore voyages, where you get to go to other countries, different continents, whether around Europe or even further around the world. But most importantly, you get to make so many friends and form lifelong connections. You could be friends with your cadets, and you can even meet so many staff members and amazing people who really, really look after you. You go to so many events in London and around the UK. And on top of that, there really is something for everyone. You've got the fun things, and you've even got those courses that will give you stuff for later on in life. The Sea Cadets really is cool. We have the best uniform too. But most importantly, you get to do all the things that you'd hoped for, and you get to travel and have fun while you're at it. So have fun while doing things like boating, you get to fly planes, you can even do absolutely anything, rock climbing, diving's on the table. You can do absolutely anything if you put your mind to it. And that is what makes the Sea Cadets cool.
Well, thank you very much, Cadet Sergeant Laurel, who's not only a First Sea Lord cadet, but also one of our Royal Marines cadets. So very impressive. I would like to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you for following the series with Maritime UK. I hope you found this episode interesting, found out a little bit more about Sea Cadets, what we have to offer, not just in terms of adventure today on the water for young people, but the prospects available to them for the future. What the maritime sector has to hold, our young people need to be prepared for. Thank you very much.
Could you, Lewis? Connor Cadet, we'll see Mariana.
This is kind of a request from Alistair. Sorry, I'm just in this one. I should have said where I was going. Just here, is that right? It's for our social media because we're doing a online careers thing. So just to get a picture of it, it's hard to describe.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Maritime UK Solent Careers Fair here in the Solent region. I'd like to welcome you now to listen to a session with the Port of London Authority, and I'd like to welcome Jenny and Sarah, and they'll talk a little bit about how they look after the River Thames. If you'd like to ask any questions, please pop them in the chat and then we'll pick up with Jenny and Sarah at the end of the session. Over to you, ladies.
Hi there everyone, my name's Jenny Cooper. I'm the Community Outreach Manager at the Port of London Authority. I'm just twizzling my screen along now. This is Sarah, who you'll hear from shortly. She's our Harbour Master. So, first of all, I'll tell you a little bit about the port. I'm just going to share my screen with you in 2 seconds. Here we are. So we'll touch a little bit about long-term goals for the tidal Thames. We'll touch a little bit on Sarah's role in the maritime sector, including the different steps she's taken on her career journey, the skills she's developed and the highlights of that career. And we have plenty of time at the end for you to ask questions. So do please send those through. That will help keep the conversation flowing and really provide you with an opportunity to find out that information that's key for you as you're considering your future careers. Okay, so a little bit about the Port of London Authority, and from this point I'll call it PLA, it's a little bit quicker. So we're established in 1909. We maintain and supervise navigation on the tidal Thames and protect the river's environment. So which bit's tidal? For any of you who aren't familiar, we've got the arrow in the bottom left-hand corner there. Teddington is the point at which the river stops being tidal in West London, and over in the east, right out into the North Sea. So we've got a 95-mile stretch from Teddington to the North Sea that we look after. If you'd like to find out any more information about the organisation in general, do check out our websites, and we're quite active on Twitter and Instagram, and we also have an apprentices Instagram, which is PLA_apprentice. If you want to check that out. Okay, and next bit to let you know is that we do have ambitious plans for the river over the next 20 years. And we've set this out in a strategy known as the Thames Vision. I'm just going to touch on that for a couple of minutes now. So we'll be increasing trade, freight and passenger transport. Hopefully that's good news for the maritime sector in terms of careers and opportunities in the future to come. We are the UK's biggest port, handling over 50 million tonnes of cargo each year. So in the top left photo there, you've got an aerial shot of big shipping containers coming in there, and you can see a little bit as to what some of the port activity look like. In the top right, you've got a photo showing all of the safety management systems, all of vessel services, and the support that's required to get those boats safely up the river. We move 5 million tonnes of inland freight inland, and there are over 10 million passenger journeys taken on the River Thames each year. Of course, that's taking thousands of lorries and cars off London's busy roads, and there's a lot of green benefits for the river environment there. We're also a fantastic place for people to enjoy London culture, people enjoying the Thames and its banks through events, art installations, education and exhibitions. That's not just for local people, of course. We're very popular as a tourism hotspot. In the top left there, you've got a photo of New Year's Eve and the fireworks, which we're involved in, and Sarah might touch on. We organised the Jubilee procession for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the river, if that was a few years ago now, some of you might have been quite young. And then the top right hand corner there's Illuminated River, which is actually an art installation going on right through London. It's fantastic to see on a night time. I really recommend it if you're down this way at all. Of course, the Thames is also enjoyed by walkers, sailors, rowers, canoers and stand-up paddleboarders every single day. And we've got a huge amount of space. If you compare that with football, we've actually got over 15,000 football pitches of space. So that's really exciting and certainly provides an adventure for people on the river. It's also, whilst we're developing all of this, we've got to be incredibly careful, incredibly proactive around the environment. We've got a really proactive environment team here at the PLA, and we're covering everything from water quality, air quality, litter and removing equipment. There's an enormous project going on, which I encourage you to check out. Tideway building the super sewer at the moment. You can see the second row down on the far right, there's a cylinder. That's actually a tunnel boring machine that's going to be drilling through the ground, and that was moved by river, as you can see in the bottom left photo. In fact, Tideway are moving a lot of their materials. The vast majority of their materials are moved by river, taking lorries off the road. And we do foreshore clear ups. There's lots and lots of interesting stuff. Do check out our environment web pages. We do have listed on the next page, we have a few examples of careers within the PLA. Over on the left hand side, we've got things that tend to be ashore, and on the right hand side, we've got our roles which tend to be afloat. As an organisation, covering that 95 miles does take up quite a bit of manpower, as you can imagine. We actually employ over 400 people. And just to bring us on to our next step, you're now going to be hearing from one of our harbour masters, Sarah. I'll just pass the laptop across.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's going to take a little bit of time to take you through my career thus far. So when I left school, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I'd spoken with the careers advisor and we come up with a number of options which didn't really fit with what I fancied doing. I'd always dreamed of being a French teacher until I got to about 17 years old. And then when I was rowing and sailing on the Thames estuary, I suddenly went, no, I don't really fancy doing French anymore at university. I think I fancy going to sea. Having spoken with the careers advisor about that, she wasn't really sure whether that would suit, but it was something that I really, really wanted to do. So I turned down the opportunity to go to university and decided to take up an apprenticeship with the Port of London Authority, which I'd seen online. I spent 3 years with the Port of London Authority as a marine trainee. It was a wide-ranging port training scheme, so I dipped into all manner of things with the Port of London Authority. So anything from the vessel traffic services, which you've seen a picture of earlier in the presentation, through to salvage boats, so picking things out of the river and laying buoys to make sure that vessels could navigate safely up the river, right the way through to working with the harbour masters who maintains navigational safety on the river, which I'll come back to a bit later in my career. When I got to the end of my 3 years training, I decided to take the leap and go to sea. That was quite a big step for me, and when I left school I wasn't really ready for it, but after 3 years with the Port of London Authority I was. So I was lucky enough to get a cadetship with Trinity House. So that was a deck cadetship, so I started with them on both college and seafaring training scheme. After just over 3 years with them, I qualified as a third officer and was lucky enough to take up a position with Stena Line as third officer. So that was shipping both passengers and freight across the Irish Sea from Holyhead to Dublin. I spent about 3 years as a third officer gaining my sea time, which enabled me to go and get my chief officer's certificate, and became a second officer, both covering loading cargo and a navigational watch, and also then stepping up to chief officer where I was managing the crew on board looking after central London. It's a very busy and vibrant part of scaffolding under a bridge to look after it and maintain it. Or alternatively, on another day, I could be working on an event such as New Year's Eve. There's a lot of planning goes into New Year's Eve, as I'm sure you can imagine, and we have to close the river to navigation, so we stop boats from navigating near the fireworks. I was then very fortunate to be asked to step up to cover a colleague who had gone off on sick leave and was acting harbour master for about 6 weeks prior to my permanent appointment as harbour master during a restructure. As harbour master, I'm then more senior to the deputies, so I'm managing the deputies and the assistant harbour masters from day to day. And I'm also looking at the safety of navigation, so building any permanent structures in the river and how that might affect it. And I've been lucky enough to be managing the closure to navigation of Hammersmith Bridge, which has been a really involved project and is affecting a lot of people at the moment. So there's a lot of responsibility in that. However, I have taken the decision, whilst I'm running as a harbour master with the Port of London, to go back to sea to get my Master Mariner's ticket. That will give me a huge amount of options when I finish that. I can come back again as a harbour master and pick up where I've left off. Or alternatively, I could come back as a pilot, go into marine law. There's lots and lots of different options available to you with that Master Mariner's ticket. I think just to sum up my career, really, it's been really diverse, and the marine industry is a very unusual place in that you can pick up in one part of the sector and move to an entirely different part, and you get really great transferable skills, which I'll cover off in just a minute. And all the while I've been doing all of these different things, I've also been a volunteer crew member for Gravesend Lifeboat, which is something I do to give back to the industry that I take a career from. So just a little bit on my skills. So along the way, I've picked up a number of different qualifications. There's some really big ones and some that just come with the territory. So I've got my Chief Mate Unlimited certificate, so that's something that I've gained through my seafaring career. But I also have my Boatmaster's licence and Thames Local Knowledge Endorsement, which I got prior to going to sea. So working on the river, that's something that you can do in just over 2 years if you get an apprenticeship on the River Thames or anywhere in the UK on inland waterways. I've also picked up a lot of technical expertise in my some 12 years now in the marine industry. And going with the territory, you have to have good IT skills, whether it be for operating an ECDIS at sea, so an electronic charting system, or a radar, or more mundanely, sitting at a desk answering emails or setting up event planning. Soft skills wise, you have to be very patient in this industry. You work with a number of, both lovely and very challenging people. So you have to be very patient. Time management's also key. Unfortunately, there's a lot of times in the day where I've got more to do than I have time for. So you have to be very, very good at making sure that you get the important things done first before you pick up on the perhaps less time urgent things later. Again, people management is very, very important. I currently manage a team of some 40 people, including our boat crews. And at sea, I was managing a very close-knit team of, it was about 25 people on a day-to-day basis, both in emergency management and day-to-day operations of a ship. Negotiation is also a key skill. You have to find a suitable outcome for different people in sometimes very challenging situations. And having confidence in your own convictions is also key, knowing that even if you don't necessarily make the right choice or you make a mistake, you follow through and make sure that you get the right outcome. Just a little bit about the pictures at the top, just for interest. So on the left was a picture of me when I got my first stripe as a deck officer. So that was when I got appointed as a third officer. Second from left is when I was in a dry dock. So underneath the ship in a tiny little yellow spot, that was me stood underneath the bulbous bow of a ship in a dry dock in Belfast. In the middle is my Chief Mate certificate, which was a very, very proud day for me. It's taken a lot of years and a lot of work to get to that stage. Again, towards the right now, second from right, was when I got my foundation degree in nautical science. And on the far right is me stood on a ship when I was undertaking loading operations, so loading lots and lots of trailers onto a ship, so the backs of articulated lorries onto a ship, which come on with special things called tugmasters. And that's another place where I learned good time management. You have to load a lot of cargo onto a ship in quite a small space of time. So, career highlights. I think, as I've just covered off, my Chief Mate's ticket was a highlight, as was my appointment as Harbour Master. It's a real honour to be a Harbour Master with the Port of London Authority, and a great responsibility as well. I'm a part of this very small team managing 95 miles of tidal Thames and ensuring that the ships that come into the port can navigate safely on the river. The career that I've chosen brings a real variety day to day. So as I said before, one day I'll be managing an event to deciding whether a new pier can go into the river. And those decisions that I make and those projects that I'm involved with make a real difference to the river community and to Port of London as a whole. Seeing an event through from start to finish, so on the right you can see a picture of the New Year's Eve fireworks. I worked with another colleague on the 2019 fireworks display, and it was a real honour to stand on the harbour service launch, one of our boats, on that night, managing the closure and watching those fireworks from first hand, having seen what went into them, the amount of planning and energy that we had to put in to make sure that event came off without a hitch. And managing a team as well, whilst it can be challenging, I've met some really, really lovely people, and I have, you know, the honour of working with such a great team and being part of that. Not so good is the amount of things I have to fit into my day. It's a very, very busy job, and I do find myself working outside of normal office hours, which can be a good thing, but it can also be a real challenge. When there's an emergency on the river, I get called, somebody will call my phone, and I may have to come into work in the middle of the night to sort that out. And dealing with challenging people as well, it's a bit of a strange one that, you know, whilst we work with some lovely people, there are also some really challenging people, and you have to sometimes find a balance of how to deal with those people and make sure that everybody gets the best outcome. And I'd like to invite you to ask any questions now.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for that fascinating insight into your career journey. And it's lovely to see that you're still learning, you're still training, and you're still getting new qualifications. Can you just pick up slightly on the transferable skills and how important you have found those, especially moving from your sort of land-based ashore jobs to being back at sea?
Oh, transferable skills. I think they come originally from my seafaring career. So, having started, I started as a marine trainee with the Port of London, which was partly ashore and partly afloat. So that gave me a real opportunity to get both boat handling skills, skills of using electronic navigation equipment and IT equipment, and also having the other side of the coin of what goes on behind the scenes to make the river tick. I then gained further skills when I was working at sea, so that would be things like time management, people management, and learning about shipping in general. So, you know, you have to learn how to load a ship and how to navigate a ship to then be able to understand how that works, to then come back into a shoreside career where you can understand then what the problems are when an emergency happens on a ship, or when you're considering the impact that something that you're going to build in the river will have on those ships coming into port. I think having worked ashore for a year, I have learned a lot about managing a team, communicate with people, and that's something I will take back with me to sea. And I hope that when I go back to my job as a second officer, I will have much better communication skills and management skills than I had before.
Thank you, Sarah. And if I can I ask about apprenticeships at the Port of London Authority? Sort of, you know, which areas do you take apprentices in, and about how many do you take in each year?
So I think over the past year, I think it was talking about 6 apprentices. I've spoken to our HR department prior to this today to find out where people can find out more information if they're interested. The best thing to do is actually check out the PLA Instagram for our apprentices, and just keep up to date on our LinkedIn and on our website for any updates on that. There aren't any positions available at present, but if there are to be, then they will be up on our website.
That's lovely, Sarah. And if I can I ask you about your career journey, and what do you love about working in maritime?
Yeah, so my role's a bit different, really. Hence the focus being on a harbour master, because it does relate directly to maritime and can be seen within the industry in different roles. My role is actually to develop sport and community outreach on the river. So across that 95-mile stretch of river, as mentioned earlier, we've got a key goal around using it as a recreational space for people to enjoy, get active, keep healthy, and make the most of as a sporting venue. So my role is actually working with clubs and sporting organisations, so it's quite unique. It's not typical of maritime.
Okay, and moving back to Sarah, can I very quickly ask then, what, if it's not secret, what is your next big project for the River Thames?
Ooh, there's one I can't tell you about that's quite big. We've got quite a few unusual bits and pieces coming up in central London over the next couple of months, so definitely watch this space. There's a few things that you won't be expecting to see on the river. Otherwise, I think the current big project that I can speak about to a certain extent would be Hammersmith Bridge and the unfortunate closure of Hammersmith Bridge.
Now I'm intrigued. I want to know what Sarah's working on that we're going to see in London, because I've not heard anything, so I'll have to be finding out.
Can I ask them, can you tell us about one of the more challenging events that you've had to put on the Thames?
Okay, I think just one of the more unusual ones that I was directly involved with managing was they had an Amazon Prime event hosted by Tower Bridge. So they decided to have a barge moored on a pier, and then they had baseball players on board the barge, and they were hitting balls off of it. That was quite unusual and threw up a few challenges about having to close certain arches of the bridge and having the appropriate traffic management, having one of our boats there to manage traffic past it and make sure that nobody got hit by a ball. But I think as well, there were a few that unfortunately didn't happen this year because of COVID, like the Great River Race. That's a huge event. That's got 300 boats that participate in rowing from Greenwich all the way up to nearly Teddington, so Ham near Teddington. And that's got massive involvement from the Port of London Authority. We have to get involved with working with the event organisers to make sure that things can be done safely and that the participants can enjoy their time on the river, whilst also maintaining the usual traffic that goes on the river, so the commuter services and the tourist tripping boats and the like. So you have to be really careful about managing that interface and making sure you've got the correct precautions in place to let both things happen together.
Thank you, Sarah. Your job sounds incredibly fascinating, actually, all these different aspects of the job that you need to juggle at the same time. So for you, time management and your time management skills must be absolutely crucial.
Time management, people management, and having good communication skills are key to the job.
Fabulous. I just want to wrap up and say we don't have any questions coming in, but I would like to thank you both so much for your time today and for giving us such an insight into what the Port of London Authority actually does. I think a lot of us just think of the river, but we don't actually think about what happens on the river and all of the work that goes into maintaining it. So thank you both very much indeed.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the Maritime UK Solent Careers Fair. We're live with Blue Davies. Blue is the head of training for British Marine, and he's going to talk about how British Marine lead and promote the maritime sector, but also how they work with commercial and the leisure industry and super yachts as well. So if you have any questions for Blue, please type them into the chat and we will pick them up after the session. Blue, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nikki, for the introduction. I assume that you can see my screen that I've shared.
Absolutely, we can all see you, Blue. Good,
thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us on our Maritime UK Careers Day. I'm going to cover the marine leisure industry in a bit of detail, and I'm joined today also by my colleague Ulrika, who you won't be able to see because we are obviously socially distancing, but she's here to answer any questions that you may have, particularly on the marine apprenticeship programs that we are responsible for. So what I'd like to do is firstly just introduce who we are, British Marine. We are the trade association for the UK leisure and small commercial marine industry. We lead and promote our industry and work with our members to achieve sustainable growth in a competitive global environment through the provision of world-class goods and services. So within that, we support around about 1,500 members with a range of services and expertise which help their business. So British Marine has around about 35 people employed within it, and we have various teams. My team, obviously, the training team. We deal with courses within the marine sector, apprenticeship development, and what we're doing today, careers and attracting people to our marine leisure industry. We also have technical departments that work globally to ensure that all the boat building regulations and requirements are adhered to by our members, and we help provide that technical expertise out to them when it comes to what the requirements should be. We have other teams which I'll talk a little bit more about as we go through the presentation. So these are the different types of marine sectors that you will find that I'm going to talk about today and tell you a little bit more about what they do. And there are various roles within each one, and it's said whatever you can do on land, you can do at sea. So whatever job you can think of, you can put marine or maritime in front of it, and you will have a job that is similar to what you can find on dry land. So just starting from the top there, boat distribution and retail. This is all about selling new boats mainly. So boats are built still in the UK, mainly along the south coast, but also in East Anglia as well. And obviously we have the inland sector where narrowboats are built, and that's up and around the Midlands, kind of Cheshire area as well. So new boats are built and then they are sold to people who order them. Sometimes they have very particular specs, especially in the high-end super yacht industry. Other boats are built to standard and they're sold on through different distributors. Boat manufacture, that's all about making the boats. Like I said, most of the boat builders are along the south coast of England, but we've got East Anglia and the narrowboat industry up in around the Midlands area. Boat repair and servicing, obviously boats do break down, they need servicing, they need looking after. So there's a particular industry and sector that deal with that. So if you're an engineer interested in engineering, you can be a marine engineer, for instance, and look after the repair and servicing of all types of boats and yachts. The business support services is an interesting area. So for instance, if you're interested in accounting or you're interested in the legal side of things, you can be a marine accountant, you can be a marine lawyer, and do all the normal type of things that lawyers get involved in within the legal profession. We have super yacht lawyers, as they are termed. Quite a fancy term for a lawyer, but they get involved with the buying and selling of the very high-end super yacht boats, which happen within our sector. Obviously, these boats can go for millions of pounds. So the work that these guys do is very important to ensure all the contracts are in place to make sure a smooth delivery and payment of their boat. Equipment distribution and retail. These are the guys who kind of make the stuff, whether it's a rope, whether it's a buoy, whether it's an electronic device on a boat. These are the people that make them and get them distributed around the world for people to then sell and buy in various places. Equipment manufacture, the building of engines that go on and inside and on the back of all the different types of leisure craft there are. Again, if you're interested in cars and stuff like that, it's very similar. Big engines go in big boats. And we've got obviously down to the small outboard engines that go on the back of the ribs that you see out and about on the water. We've got the hire, holidays and training sector. So you may have well been on a holiday, an inland boating holiday at some point, and maybe this is the right time for you to go and do these types of things. And taking a holiday in a narrowboat on the inland waterways around Great Britain is a fantastic way to spend your summertime. It's great fun. It's very peaceful in most respects. And as you can see, there's a narrowboat there, and inside they are very well looked after, and they've got all the different mod cons that you could probably want whilst you go on holiday. You can learn how to sail boats, you can learn how to drive boats, and just enjoy the fact being out on the water in some peace and quiet, not getting anyone's way and enjoying your free time. Obviously, all these boats that we're talking about that get made, they need to go somewhere. They need a parking space, and that's where our marinas come in. There's lots of marinas around the coast, and obviously in the inland waterways, there's lots of marinas for the inland sector as well, where all the narrowboats are all parked. So lots of the marinas that operate in and around the coastal areas, they have boat yards as well. So if a boat does need repairing, there's a place for that to happen whilst your boat is moored and parked up. Generally in the winter months, when people don't get out and do so much sailing, in the summer months, then all the boats are out, hopefully in and around the coastal waters and on the inland canals. Plenty of different jobs within the marinas there, from marina manager to working in the boatyard, moving boats, repairing boats, cleaning boats down, storing them, and all that kind of stuff. So there's lots of opportunities there in the marine sector. And finally, the brokerage sector, that's all about really buying and selling second-hand boats. But some of them do sell new boats as well. So again, if you're interested in selling things, if you looked at being a car sales person, for instance, there's a great job for you there in the marine leisure industry where you can buy and sell boats, which is great fun. So that's a little bit about the marine sectors that we cover and some of the things that happen. What I'd like to do now is just show you a quick video just to kind of bring all that together a little bit more. There's a few pictures there, hopefully that give you a flavour of some of the things that happen. You've got the picture in the top right corner there of a passenger boat up on the River Thames. So, if you're working in hospitality, there are bars and restaurants on some of these boats, and obviously you can be a skipper on the boat and drive it up and down the river as well. We've got yachts, we've got sailing yachts there, and on the top right we've got a big super yacht, big fancy yacht there, and they come with kind of everything included: swimming pools, helicopter landing pads, gyms, everything you can think of. And you can have opportunities to work on those as well as a captain. Lots of different roles you can do on a super yacht, and they travel all around the world. Working in a boatyard, that middle picture there of the big forklift taking a boat off a rack, You can work in a boatyard, moving boats around, taking them from inside storage, dropping them in the water, ready for people to go out and enjoy their day. And then we've got the inland sector I mentioned earlier. Picture on the bottom left there is of an inland marina. You see all the narrowboats all lined up very neatly. And then the picture on the right hand side, you can see a small narrowboat out there with people out enjoying themselves along the canals and waterways in and around the UK. So I'm going to click on hopefully a link and we'll go to a video which is on our website.
I've always been fascinated about boats. I studied naval architecture at university. I designed various parts of the boat, deck parts, and machinery and engineering. You need to enjoy being both technical and creative. I love working on projects and finding lots of different solutions and then picking the right one and going through various iterations, seeing it take shape and then finally launch and sailing. To work on something that I'm really passionate about is fantastic.
Teaching what sport is the variety. That's what's so good about it. Every day is different, different groups, different conditions. I got my job starting to work experience as part of the university placement. I ended up falling in love with it and kept on coming back. The best part of my job is being out in the water every day. We say it together, that's it, nice and tight. The moment that makes me feel proud of what I do is seeing kids coming back over and over again and now instructors.
I got into the marine industry through my school. I did a young apprenticeship in my last 2 years of marine engineering, and the work experience from that led me on to want to do joinery as a full apprentice. You need to have the ability to read drawings and interpret them, to use a variety of hand tools and machinery, and just be able to problem solve and come across something. The thing that excites me most about my job is seeing a project through from start to finish. You go from nothing, at the end you have a finished unit, a finished cabin. Everything I build is going all over the world on a sailing yacht. So exciting. You learn a huge array of skills and every day is different.
First came into the industry as a yard hand. My first daily task would have been, as the boatman operators launched the boats from the boatyard, to go behind them and tie up the pads, the wedges and the blocks that were left behind. I progressed my way up through the ranks to become a certified manager. It's a very big industry. You're working with boats, you're working with people. You could be a marine manager, you could be a surveyor, you could be a boat builder. Not just an industry, it's a lifestyle.
Hi, Blue. Sorry to interrupt you. We're having the difficulty watching the video, so you might just want to stop screen sharing your PowerPoint and then start the video and screen share the video so we can see it from the beginning.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I will do that.
Ultra-fast is here. Supercharge your home with average speeds 12 times faster than standard broadband. With our speed guarantee or money back, get the power to do more on more devices all at the same time. Switch to Sky Broadband Ultra-fast with average speeds 12 times faster than standard broadband.
Okay, have I stopped screen sharing now, Nikki?
Yes, you've stopped screen sharing. So if you play the video and screen share that screen, we should all be able to see it.
Okay, fine. Sorry. Thank you very much. I didn't realise.
We're all learning new things at the moment, Blue. All these new technical things we're coming to terms with.
Okay. So, sorry, folks, let me just kind of work around this again. I'm just trying to find the right screen to share. Okay, Nikki, I think I'll just have to come back to that at a later date, if I may, and I'll just continue with the presentation, and then we can send the links out afterwards, if that's okay.
Okay, that's lovely. Thanks, Blue.
Okay, so just moving on. Also, what we have on our website are some marine job cards, and these just tell you a little bit about the different job roles that we have in our sector that I mentioned earlier. So here's an example of a couple of them here. This is the boat builder one and the marine engineer one. Now, the cards tell you a little bit about what the roles do and what's good about it, the kind of type of salary that you could potentially earn as well, and some of the qualifications and experience you may need for that particular role. And then on the back of the cards, it tells you a bit about some of the qualities that you might have if you're going to be a boat builder or a marine engineer, and other things that perhaps you could consider if you're just interested in that kind of type of work. It also has got the life cycle of a vessel in there and where it all fits in. So whether it's build, maintenance, working afloat, services, design and specification, and all the supply chain. So it gives you a feel for kind of the job role, where it fits in the life cycle of the boat, and what some of the type of things that you might be interested in. So there are 12 of these cards, and they can be found on our website as well. And there they all are lined up. They get range from the naval architect, boat designer, captain, skipper of a boat, yacht brokers, marina managers, marina sales managers that work in retail. So like they're called chandlery shops in the marine leisure industry. We've got marine electrical, insurance brokers, marine surveyors, project managers, and water sport instructors. So there's lots of different jobs and roles there that you may be interested in. And like I said earlier, if you can put marine in front of it, you know, any job you can do on land, you can do on the water. There is a link at the bottom of the presentation there, which takes you to these cards, so you can print them off and look at them in a bit more detail as well. So other things that we do as an organisation, we've developed various marine apprenticeships on behalf of the marine leisure sector. So if it's an apprenticeship you're looking at when you leave school or university, you can do apprenticeships in boat building, marine engineering, you can work in marinas and boat yards, and the one we're currently working on that will be ready for next year is marine electrical. So there's different options there of marine apprenticeships that you can do to get into the marine leisure sector. The companies within the marine leisure sector as well, they do employ apprentices in other vocations such as business support, IT, fabrication and welding, engineering, manufacturing, marketing, and many other apprenticeships that you could probably think of and have heard about. So if it's an apprenticeship program you're looking to do, the marine leisure industry is a great place to start. So the final thing I'd like to mention, one of the things that British Marine does, and we are responsible for, which you may have been to before, especially if you're in the local area, down in and around Southampton and Portsmouth. The show's in September every year. Unfortunately, the show this year didn't happen because of the COVID regulations, but we're looking to host a bigger and better show next year in 2021. At that show, there's lots to see, lots to do. There's all the different boats and vessels you can think of, from stand-up paddle boards up to the fancy yachts and super yachts that you might see out and about around the world. There's lots of activities to do for schools and colleges to bring their cohorts of learners along to. And one of the other things we do is we celebrate all the apprentices that complete their programs as part of the marine leisure sector, and we give them a lunch, and we present them with some certificates and welcome them to the marine leisure industry. Recently, or last year's event, we had Monty Halls, who's a TV broadcaster, marine biologist. He came along to give a keynote speech and present all the certificates. And he was fantastic. Some of the tales he's got are great to listen to. He's also an ex-military man as well, so he had plenty of tales to tell all the apprentices on the day. To get involved as a school or college, there's an email address there, schools@southamptonboatshow.com. You can drop those guys an email and get prepared, ready for the show next year. And we send out free tickets for all the schools and colleges that would like to come along. So that pretty much concludes my presentation. I do apologise for the video not working correctly, but we'll send it out on a link afterwards so you can watch it at your leisure. So, Nikki, if there are any questions that have come in during the session, we are quite happy and welcome to answer them.
Hi, Blue. Thank you. That was a really lovely presentation about British Marine. Can you just tell me, with the apprenticeships that you were speaking about, is there a particular apprenticeship site for those apprentices, or do people just go to the normal apprenticeship site?
Yeah, there's the National Apprenticeship site where you can go on to and look for different apprenticeships. You can put in whatever it is you're looking for, and you can do a search for ones that may be available in your local area. If it's kind of boat building you're looking for, there are some of the bigger boat builders in the UK are called Princess and Sunseeker, so you can look on their websites. There's also others, Oyster Yachts, Spirit Yachts, and there's one down in Cornwall called Pendennis. They don't actually build boats, but they do a lot of repair and refurbishment on them. And they have some big super yachts come in there that they work on. So there's some of the companies that you could probably do a search for online. And of course, you've got the RNLI as well, who build the lifeboats. So there's great opportunities there for you to look for. But yeah, the National Apprenticeship website is a good place to start for looking for any type of apprenticeship. Are there any more questions? So if you're speaking, Nikki, I can't hear you at this moment in time. Okay, so if there are no more questions, I thank you very much for listening in today, and I hope you found that useful. And apologies again for the video not quite showing properly, but I'm sure the guys from Maritime UK will send out all the slides afterwards, and all the links will be included within the presentation there. So yeah, please explore the marine leisure industry. There are some fantastic jobs available to do, and yeah, like I said, if there's a job, you can put marine in front of it. So yeah, please look out for any jobs within the marine leisure sector. Lots of interesting and fantastic roles available for you. Thank you very much for listening. Hi Nikki, are we finished now?
Yes, I believe so. I'm really sorry about that. My internet dropped out at the last minute.
Oh, that's okay, not to worry. Yeah, sorry about the video not quite working.
No worries at all. I thanked you for showing those marine job cards, and then I got cut off when I said they reminded me of top trumps.
Oh, right, yeah. Yes, they do. Yeah. Okay.
If you remember them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
hoping you'll have what I have, but when I get the option to share screen, I get an option to optimize screen sharing for video clip and share the computer sound. So just make sure that is definitely clicked, and then that should resolve any video embedded issues and sound issues.
Okay. So I optimize when I join.
Yeah, when you go to share the screen, that should resolve it.
Perfect. I'm just looking on my, here we go. Cool.
Amazing.
Share screen advanced.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back to Maritime UK Solent Careers Fair here in the Solent region. We've got a live session now with Ocean Infinity, and I'd like to welcome Ardiana and Holly from Ocean Infinity, who are going to talk about marine robotics and how autonomous robots are used in the oceans and along the seabed. If I can ask you to add any comments or questions into the chat function, Ardiana and Holly can pick those up at the end of the session. So Ardiana, over to you.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Ardiana. I am Head of People at Ocean Infinity. I am going to talk about careers at Ocean Infinity, particularly about what the human resource function is responsible for, and also about what we do as a company. My colleague Holly will then give you an overview on her time since she joined as a graduate. So I am responsible for the people function. You are probably wondering, what responsibility does the head of HR have? This is a little bit misunderstood. Many people looking on that role will think it's about hiring and firing. There is an element of that, but it's more about inspiring individuals within the organization to greater and increased levels of performance. It's about shaping the direction of the business and ensuring the future health of the business. And what I mean by that is making sure that there is enough talent, succession, employee engagement, and all-round great capability. As a head of people, you are responsible for the culture. It's your responsibility to nurture the development of the culture so that it aligns with the values of the business and it delivers on the strategy of the organization. You need to ensure that you build the right learning and development program that uplifts the capability. You need to have your eyes across the entire organization, so you're a pair of eyes for the CEO, and you bring a different perspective from the people pulse. But ultimately, you're accountable for hiring the right talent, nurturing the development of that talent, ensuring that the business is aligned to its values, and constantly innovating and introducing initiatives that reinforce and underpin those values. Being able to juggle and manage your time to be able to work across multiple small to large matters as they hit your desk on a day-to-day basis is pivotal to working in HR. It's about standing alongside leaders and helping them to improve levels of performance and making sure that you live the values. So I'm now going to talk a little bit about Ocean Infinity. The company was founded in 2017 to gather and analyze data from our oceans. We operate two robotic fleets, the Armada fleet and the Infinity fleet. Our Infinity fleet is made up of 14 autonomous underwater vehicles that are currently operating in oceans globally. The new Armada fleet, which will significantly extend Ocean Infinity's offering beyond data collection and into low carbon logistics, will initially comprise of 15 robotic ships. The Armada fleet will be the biggest fleet of robotic ships ever set to sea. It will have 3 different sizes, 21 meter, 36 meter, and 70 meter. All of the vessels will be run from the control centers we're building in Southampton, UK, and Austin, Texas. The fleet will have a big emphasis on minimizing CO2 emissions, and we've designed the vessels to be very low impact and low fuel consumption by using hybrid technology, diesel generators, and batteries. We are committed to being environmentally responsible and will be the first ever carbon neutral data company. We have put a lot of effort into the technology, and as a business, we have committed to offset any CO2 they produce through planting trees. To make all this happen, we need a really good team of people from different backgrounds to introduce them to marine robotics. We will now play a video of Ocean Infinity.
Hi Holly, hi Ardiana, sorry to interrupt you. The video looks amazing, but we can't hear any sound at the moment, so you might just want to adjust your video settings.
Sorry, let me see if I can fix that.
If you can you go back to the beginning so that we don't miss anything?
Of course, sorry. Do you know how I would turn on that?
Thank you so much.
Just trying to see if I can fix it. Sorry guys, bear with me. Sorry everyone, I'm just having a look to see if I can adjust the video settings so everyone can hear the presentation.
Not to worry, we're all coming to grips with using new technology during COVID-19. It's a huge learning curve for us all, I think.
Definitely. I'm going to try one more time and then hopefully this will work. If not, then I can maybe speak over it and tell you a bit about what's happening in the video.
Okay. Can you try, do you get the option to share computer audio?
It hasn't come up, funnily enough, but I'm just having, it says share.
Ardiana, in the meantime, can you talk about your journey and how you've ended up working in maritime?
Absolutely. My journey in HR started 10 years ago, and I worked within many different sectors, predominantly within technology and media. And Ocean Infinity is now, I joined in June 2019, and it has been an incredible journey working with leaders that have worked within the maritime industry and leaders that know how to take the company to the next level and build robotic ships. It has been extremely exciting, and I've thoroughly enjoyed enjoyed working for Ocean Infinity, and I'm really looking forward to our next phase of growth, and also the Armada fleet, which we will be launching in 2021.
Sounds really exciting, and it sounds like we might have the video coming back. Is that right, Holly?
I'm going to try and see, and if it doesn't, I've pressed to share the sound. So let's have a look. Is that coming through? Yes. Thank you. Brilliant.
So Ocean Infinity is a world-leading technology and data company focused on seabed survey and ocean exploration. We have invested in a wide variety of the latest technology.
Nobody has the technology that Ocean Infinity has on mass scale.
They actually do have the state-of-the-art equipment and software as well.
When you think you've learned all the technology that they're wanting to apply, they come on with something else.
We've done a wide variety of projects since we started, ranging from seabed surveys for oil and gas companies to looking for ships and other assets that have been lost.
I looked online to see, who is leading the field, and there was nobody apart from Ocean Infinity that kept coming up.
So that right there in itself is rewarding to know that we are on the forefront of the industry.
It's not just a company that has a fleet of autonomous underwater vehicles. It's got a team of brilliant, compassionate, caring people behind the work that they do, who are invested in the work that they do.
You're not dealing with one nationality, one culture. You're always meeting new people. And everybody has their own way of doing things. But when it's time for a job, we come together as a group and come up with the most efficient and the best way to tackle that job.
What is also a big part of the process is our very impressive onshore team, which is based in our offices in Singapore, Houston, and here in London.
The teamwork is incredible. The way that the offshore operations work is slick, it's well communicated, and actually there's a really strong family vibe on the vessels.
You learn to work together like a well-oiled machine.
So the experience of the people who've joined us is that they've participated in some of the most incredible deep sea projects that have ever taken place. We've had people in the Antarctic sending AUVs under the ice.
It was an epic adventure into the heart of the Weddell Sea, which is in Antarctica, primarily to see the effects of natural and human climate change, but also to try and find Ernest Shackleton's Endurance, which sank in 1914.
There's one job that really has stuck with me pretty much every day. It's the San Juan and finding that submarine.
During that project, we had family members of the crew of the San Juan on board, and that as an experience for our team, I think was incredible.
Coming out here and finding a submarine, I was like, okay, so this is what the company is about, this is what they do.
I mean, it'll be a job that I'll talk about 10, 20 years from now.
So Ocean Infinity is a fantastic place to work. We challenge everything, we question everything, we try to innovate in everything we do.
The company achieved so much within such a short period of time. And what excites me the most, and what I love the most, is that there is any sign whatsoever for us slowing down.
I've always been super interested in innovative companies, people who challenge the norm.
We work a schedule, it's equal time off, which gives us a better quality of life. I mean, you're able to go home, and once you're home, you can do whatever you want.
I get to combine traveling and what I like doing, IT as well.
And I really like working with people who are dynamic, who are intelligent, who are entrepreneurial, and who actually trust me and give me responsibility in my roles. And it's kind of unbelievable how amazing this job is.
And it's part of a family of people with a similar view of the world, all of whom want to work hard, help us grow, and really succeed in the challenges that we undertake.
Awesome. I've lost you guys now. Hold on. There we are. Great. I hope that worked for everyone. I hope you guys could all hear the presentation. And so obviously you saw in that video that this is a pretty cool job. that we get to do some really exciting things. And I was really lucky to join Ocean Infinity straight out of university on their management trainee program, which is a 2-year program that basically rotates you around the organization, giving you exposure to different elements of what we do. So really, I had the first year was broken into 6-month stints of 6 months offshore on the boats, which is what you saw in the video, and then 6 months working on onshore management. So I'm going to share my screen again, and hopefully it will work. There we go. And this time I'll put it in full screen. Yeah, so like I said, I started as a management trainee at Ocean Infinity, and really I didn't work in any sort of engineering or science before joining Ocean Infinity. I studied history at uni. So my prerequisite for starting at Ocean Infinity was just a love for the ocean, for exploration, for history, for everything that happens in the ocean. And so when I started, I was really, pardon the pun, but thrown into the deep end. And I was sent on one of our boats for 3 months off the coast of Argentina. And it was briefly touched upon in the video that we just showed you. But in 2017, a submarine, an Argentinian submarine, went missing off the coast of Argentina. And our crew was sent to try and locate it. So you can see in this photograph here, this is one of the data pictures that one of our AUVs took when it was scanning the seabed, the AUVs being those sort of orange torpedo looking robots. And so it took photographs of the seabed, and this was at about 6,000 meters deep. And here, the submarine was located right in the ridge here. And this photograph on the bottom right is actually the submarine that had imploded upon impact. And it was a very amazing experience, but also quite a harrowing one, because one of the things I love about Ocean Infinity is that all that we do at the heart of it is doing the right thing. So this project, there were 43 crew members on board the submarine at the time, and we supported the family members and had the family members on board our vessel as we were searching for the lost ship. And we were really, really fortunate. We located it, we gave closure to the family, the Argentinian Navy were involved, and all in all, it was a really incredible experience. And what a way to start a 2-year program at a company. I think before this, I'd been sitting in my student accommodation in Bristol, never thinking that I would spend 3 months in the middle of the ocean looking for a submarine, but I did. And then it got even crazier. I came back, and my next 3 months, I was sent on another expedition, which was into the Antarctic. So I was sent with 12 of our other Ocean Infinity team members, and then a larger group of scientists from Africa, England, Norway, Spain. There was a huge array of different people onto a research vessel into the heart of the Weddell Sea. And I was responsible on this expedition for all the media and the outreach. So I sort of got the social media, all the press communications, all of our educational program, how we connected with students across Northern America and the UK via a virtual exchange program. And yes, there were so many penguins, so many whales, lots and lots of birds, and huge icebergs. It was an incredible, incredible trip. And in total, I was at sea on this expedition for 7 weeks. And then when I came back, I was sent to New York and to schools across the UK to talk about the expedition. So that was the first 6 months. And I think so far what I had learned in this management trainee program was that I didn't know what I wanted to do. I came into Ocean Infinity just knowing that I cared about the ocean and I liked exploration. And this trainee program was set up in a way that it exposed me to so much that at the end of the 2 years, I really could, with the support of management, investigate what I really wanted to go into for the rest of my career. So already 6 months in, and I'd been to Antarctica and Argentina, my mind was already blown. And then I was sent to onshore management, which was based in Southampton and in London. and I managed one of the vessels for a few months. This was a interesting and challenging part of the program, the trainee program. I saw how we moved robots across the globe. I saw how we moved crews of up to 60 people across the globe, how we transported all of our goods, how we did all the crew changes. There is a huge amount of effort that goes into operating vessels at sea. And I was lucky to be involved in organizing that and helping to manage that, and also the safety elements. And I think one of the things that was so eye-opening in this element of the trainee program was that actually there is so many job opportunities in the marine industry. You can be a chef on one of the boats, you can be part of the galley crew, you can do data analysis, you can do logistics, you can do PR, there's a huge array of different options in this world of work. But operations wasn't really for me, so I went into marketing and PR and culture and HR, and started helping Ardiana with that, and really again was given a huge amount of responsibility. And after the first year, I sat down with management and agreed what areas I wanted to narrow in on, and what areas in my second year I wanted to spend more time focusing on. And that was the marketing, PR and culture element, and then also developing how we can be greener and how we can watch our carbon footprint. And so my second year of the program it really was an amazing experience, because it was such a small organization. I had a huge amount of responsibility, and so I helped build the brand, helped launch a new fleet of robotic vessels, put together the new website, wrote all of our press releases, and also developed our strategy for being greener. And with the support of a team who had the resources and time to help me. So I think having started with no idea what I wanted to do, and just knowing that I loved the ocean, to suddenly going, okay, actually I've got a grip on this. I think moving forward, I'd like to do some marketing stuff, some PR stuff, developing a culture of an organization, and I care about sustainability. To suddenly looking forward and going, I know now what my career might look like. So it really was a program that nurtured and developed my career skills, and has has helped me moving forward, knowing what I want to do with my life, which is not something I knew when I was 21. So yeah, that's basically it. So if you guys had any questions at all, can you shoot and yeah, we'd like to answer any questions that you might have.
Holly, there aren't any questions coming through at the moment, but I just wanted to say Ocean Infinity looks really intriguing, and I think it's absolutely incredible to hear your journey and the expeditions that you've obviously had to Antarctica, to Argentina, to New York, all in your first 6 months. That's quite incredible. I'm sure there's a lot of people that will be really jealous because of the amount of traveling you've done, but also because you've seen penguins up close and personal.
Definitely.
Would you be able to speak a little bit about the sustainability?
Yeah, definitely. So I think one of the reasons that Ocean Infinity actually began was because we saw that there was the way that we were operating in the oceans was not a sustainable way to do that. And 3% of greenhouse gas emissions are actually produced by marine transportation industry. And so we thought, okay, what can we do to minimize the negative environmental impact of what we do? And that was operating fleets of marine robots. So with our new Armada fleet, we're estimating that we're going to reduce the amount of carbon emissions by 90%. And so really it is the future of doing things in the right way, because people will want ocean data. People do want to know what map the ocean floor and see what's down there. And so we're just providing a service that does that in a really responsible way. And it's at the core of our business. It's the core of who we are, and all the people that work here is making sure that everything we do is as green and sustainable as possible. And it's an evolving program. So Armada came about because we'd already reduced massively the carbon impact of our operations using the robotic, the AUVs, the torpedo-looking ones. And then we said, okay, well, what's next? What can we do to remain at the cutting edge of the industry? What can we do to make sure that we're still ahead and we're reducing our carbon impact even more? And that was through scaling up unmanned, uncrewed robotic ships. And so they're launching next year, and really Armada should mean that we can, as we move forward in the marine industry, reduce that 3% of greenhouse gas emissions from all marine transportation massively.
Oops. Thank you, Holly. Thanks for sharing. Can I just ask, with the management trainee programme, what kind of qualifications do people need to apply for that?
With the management trainee programme, they need to have a university degree, and we are open to what they have studied. Currently, we are looking for graduates with marine degree backgrounds, and we have a number of vacancies open. So if anyone is interested, please head directly to our careers page or send us an email at info@infinity.com, oceaninfinity.com, and we will respond to you. Really, really exciting careers currently at Ocean Infinity, particularly to help with the Armada fleet that we are building, and the control centre in Southampton, which is a very, very big project for us.
Okay, thank you. And in addition to those academic qualifications, are you looking for any transferable skills or softer skills at the same time?
Some of the transferable skills would be really valuable. Anything that they have gained working in probably any company where they've done maybe summer internships, where they've been able to work with people, and where they've been perhaps presenting, and also perhaps analytical skills as well. That's something that we do look for in our candidates.
Okay, lovely. And quickly, we just have a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to ask, do you have any apprenticeship opportunities at Ocean Infinity?
We are looking to create apprenticeship opportunities, and if anyone is interested, I would recommend that you do get in contact with us via info@oceaninfinity.com.
Okay, ladies, thank you very much indeed for your time today. It's been a really fascinating insight to how sort of marine robotics are used, and just lots of information about opportunities that are out there. So thank you both very much for your time today.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are you still there?
To be sharing a screen, I think.
Oh, it's the video. Yeah.
Brian, I'm really sorry to stop you. Could you share your computer audio, please, so we can watch this video? It looks amazing. We just can't hear it.
Okay.
Isn't you? This is Helen who needs to share.
If you'd like to stop it and go back to the beginning, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, it's Helen's one. Yeah.
Is that any better? Oh, can you say, is that any better?
Is that any better? Can you hear that audio?
Try more.
I can't hear the audio.
No.
Share computer sound.
I think the key to our apprenticeship programme is that we invest a lot of time and energy into it. We're not only training for our business, we're also doing a lot of work with city and guilds and industry partners to ensure that the training that we have going forward is fit for purpose. As well as my day-to-day role, I'm also chairing several apprenticeship trailblazer groups. So we're designing and building apprenticeship standards for the future that meet employer needs. So we're right at the forefront of ensuring that apprenticeships in the marine industry going forward are fit for purpose and things that young people hopefully will want to achieve.
It's very important to keep skills in the industry, and it was something that in the old days was extremely well known. I think it was 10,000 hours always for an apprenticeship, and my great-grandfather certainly had plenty of apprenticeships. This year we're celebrating our 100th anniversary, so to 2018, from 1918 when my great-grandfather bought the boatyard, and we've been employing apprentices ever since then.
The apprenticeship is definitely the best way to learn for me because I learn by doing hands-on, not in the classroom. The best part of my day is probably working with a team on a refit because then you get to talk to the other guys about what you're doing, you get help, and it's just good to work in a team.
I've always liked sailing and boats and being more practical with everything, so I decided to go down the path of a marine engineer. My favourite part of my job is all the engine work and all the practical hand skills and learning on the job.
Key skills so far, just learning so working on my own independently. That's helped massively, not just in job, out of my job as well. 100%, yeah, doing an apprenticeship, definitely. It's probably the best way of learning, experience on the job. It's by far the best thing I've done.
Berthon's a good company to work for because it's a good team, everyone's really friendly and you feel involved and needed.
Hi, welcome. That was a fantastic video from Berthon there. I'd just like to welcome Brian May. He's the Managing Director at Berthon and also one of the apprentices, Aidan. I'm aware that Berthon are a family-run business based here on the South Coast, and they're involved in all areas of the maritime industry. I'm also aware that they've got an absolutely fantastic apprenticeship programme. So if you have any questions at all, please type it into the text box and we'll ask those questions at the end of the session. So Brian, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As I said in the video, we believe in apprenticeships fundamentally, and it's a course that you should take, which is learning with your hands. We've had a lot of ABC students who would otherwise have been pushed into A-levels and have actually preferred to learn with their hands rather than just sitting in a classroom. And actually it gives them a head start for better things in the future, whether you move on to management as well. We take on all of our apprentices if we can at the end of the period, and it's by having a team of, let's say, 10 a year is what we aim at. It means that the people who turn up that year, there's a little team between them because they've all come at the same time, but they're also helped very much so by the other apprentices. We provide a 4-year course, and because we don't have a production line per se, although we do build boats new, at the moment we're building Gemini ribs new. We've built 40 lifeboats in the last 25 years, and we've built some ASVs, autonomous surface vehicles, recently. Most of the work we do is based around diagnosis, because we're a support and service and refit and repair yard. So by having that, we have to send apprentices down with obviously their mentors to have a look at what the problem is on a boat. They then have to diagnose that problem and then come up with a solution. But then after that, they then need to actually execute what the solution might be, and then make sure it goes to work by doing trials. It's a whole process. It's an iterative process. They're learning as they go along. And at the end of we do have a 4-year period for training. And at the end of that period, they're highly skilled across the board, whether it is involved in engineering, and certain people might find that they want to be like Steph was there in the video, going into the engine side of things, but others might prefer doing what do you call it, welding. I'm just going to shut a window. Somebody in the boatyard's obviously working hard underneath the window. And the same with the shipwrights. Sometimes they might be interested in composites, and other times in woodwork. But we'll train everybody in all of them. And then as they morph and they understand what they prefer, then because we're big enough, we have enough ability to push them down the road at which they want to be pushed down. Which will help down, as it were. At the moment, we have 30 apprentices. We have 10 in the first year, and fewer as they get older. Sometimes people fall out for different reasons, and it's unfortunate that we do miss them. But it could be for any type of reason, and in a way, we take on more than we think we need. Because there's such a big, how do you call it, demand for attention on the internet nowadays with the digital thing, that some people pull out. We think it's a great shame if people pull out halfway through, because when you've finished, you have a job for life, you have a skill for life, you have a certificate, and basically anybody will take you on. So it's a really important alternative way of carrying on with your education, whether you're 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, or in the mid-20s. We're quite happy taking on mature apprentices as well as the younger ones. And we're set up here to look after you. But it's not just us, it's the rest of the marine industry and other industries as well. engineering is engineering, but there are slight differences between engineering with a car and engineering with a boat. Do you have any other questions for me, Nikki, or should I pass it on to Aidan?
So I was going to say, do you want to say a bit about Berthon as a company?
Berthon has been around since 1877, when the Reverend Berthon invented a folding collapsible boat to protect passengers on a packet ship that had foundered from Liverpool to Glasgow. And it was a very clever boat that folded. It was made out of flax, 2 skins, and it would fold up and you put it on the deck. Unfortunately, it didn't actually get used until after the Titanic sank in 1913 or 12. But the business carried on because a lot of their boats were sent off overseas for expeditions, and also in the army they used them to make Bailey bridges and things like that. So it had a lot of background and history, and my great-grandfather bought the boatyard in 1918, having bought a Berthon Boat Company from Rumsey previously, put the two together and moved from Hythe, where there's still a boatyard, and that boatyard there was originally called Morgan Giles and May, and then May Harden and May, and we were building the Felixstowe flying planes back in the early 1900s. So we have a lot of skills that go back a long way, and during the World Wars we built various boats that were used, motor gun boats, motor torpedo boats, motor fishing vessels that were used in the Caribbean and in the Mediterranean. And nowadays we still carry on working for the MOD, the SBS, the SAS, as well as doing commercial work for fisheries. And we've been working recently for fisheries and patrol boats for, let's say, Gibraltar. For those of you that know your geography well, Diego Garcia, which is a remote island halfway between Africa and India in the Indian Ocean, and also St. Helena fisheries boat. It took the boat 4.5 months to get here and 3.5 months to get back. So you had to take a ship down to Cape Town, and then the Cape Town post vessel goes to St. Helena, which is the most remote island in the world on the way to the Falkland Islands from South Africa. And we do a lot of commercial work, leisure work as well. On boats, we've got 32 meter motorboats here at the moment, and a big Delta 88 in the sheds. And we sell a lot of boats. We sell boats all over the world, from offices in France, Spain, Sweden, and in America. And so we have a lot of throughput of foreign boats, and boats that go off cruising, blue water cruising boats. Somebody will come and buy a boat here, do a refit, take it around the world, bring it back, sell it to someone else, we sell it to someone else, and then we do another refit, and then they go off around the world again. So there's a lot of skills here for people who want to trust what we're doing, and a lot of ability to get to sea as well. We've sent a lot of people out, and we've even had trips back from New Zealand to Tahiti to Panama to Antigua, and then Antigua to the UK. And we had another apprentice called Taylor Lightbourne. She was a shipwright apprentice who ended up going to the Arctic Circle on a boat as well. So there's the ability to get to sea, and we think it's a good thing for our chaps to know, and our women to know how to go to sea, and whether the work there being done is appreciated not only by the owners, but they appreciate the strong storms that the work has to be put through.
That's lovely, Brian. Thank you for giving us such an insight into the history of the company, but also the sort of different aspects of maritime that you're involved in. It sounds like on your apprenticeship programme that your apprentices get a lot of responsibility right from the beginning. So maybe you'd like to introduce Aidan and he can talk about his journey.
Yeah, Aidan is one of our first year apprentices, and it's been a rather disruptive year for them, as you can well imagine. Just about when they all turned up from being at college in February, barely a month later, they were all sent home. But Aidan is so enthusiastic, he carried out a number of home jobs, building and unbuilding and refitting various engine-based things, and I will let him tell you because he'll be doing it far better than me. I'm a managing director, I'm not an engineer. Aidan, go ahead.
So yeah, I've always liked engineering. So over lockdown, I bought multiple projects, old motorbikes, things like that, and stripped them down. Applied what I'd used, learned at college and at Berthon, and then used it to build them back together and get them running again. But so yeah, it's been good time. But unfortunately, as soon as we came back, like Brian said, we were sent home. But getting back on track now, as we've been sent back to work, and it's been amazing.
So what are you doing at the moment?
So at the moment, I'm working on some military boats, the P2000s, nice big boat, and they've been having a refit. We just got one in the water, doing some tests on it, getting it ready to go. So it's been very good.
That's fantastic. And while you were at home, you were doing these projects which we didn't set for you. You won a prize, didn't you?
Yes, I won the Lady Hamlin Bursary Award, which candidates, apprentices from around the UK applied for, and so did I. And managed to get through to the interview stage, interviewed with them, and then got an email a week or two later saying I'd won the award, which is amazing. Good to put on the CV.
That's fantastic. I mean, obviously, we were very proud of the fact that you were working outside the box, as it were, and we try and teach everybody to think outside the box, because if you're diagnosing something, you need to figure out what it is and why it's being caused, rather than just solving the problem and it coming back again. And I think that's what you were awarded the prize for. There was a little bit of money that came with it as well, and of course some kudos, wasn't there?
Sorry, you're gonna have to say that again, Brian.
There was a little bit of money that came with the award, wasn't there? Did you get some money?
Sorry, 1 second, Brian. Try that again, sorry.
There was a bit of cash that came with the award, wasn't there?
Yes, I won £1,000, which I put towards my ferry costs, because I travel from the island every day, and then the rest I put towards tools. So I've got a nice toolkit now and a toolbox.
Well done. So I think that's absolutely marvellous, and it shows how dedicated you are to your trade. And one of the biggest things is getting a toolbox, so you've got every tool to use for everything and to be efficient. And that enthusiasm is fantastic. And we really look forward to you becoming a fantastic engineer here. Nikki, have you got anything else for us?
Yes, there's no questions coming through on the chat, but if it's okay with you, Aidan, can I ask, what do you find the best bit of your apprenticeship?
So I loved how pretty much straight from the beginning we were hands-on, whereas if I'd gone down the other route of uni, A-levels and that sort of thing, it'd be a long time before I could actually get hands-on learning. And I work a lot better and I enjoy it a lot more being hands-on. So that's what I especially love. The responsibility and the know-how. It's been amazing.
And during
Berthon are obviously a very supportive company, taking 10 apprentices in sort of year one, and now having 30 apprentices in total. So if anybody was thinking about applying for an apprenticeship, what sort of qualifications do you think they would need to apply at the beginning?
So I think as a starter, you need to be kind of able to not get on with other people, but enjoy being around other people and working with them, because it's a very kind of close-knit group and of engineers and that. And I'd say you definitely need to like being hands-on. So if you like working on boats, getting your hands dirty, fixing things and problem solving, it's definitely a good route to go down.
That's lovely, thank you, and many congratulations on winning your award, because that must have been a real confidence boost for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was.
And Brian, can I just ask, do you have any real success stories of apprenticeships that you'd like to share with us before we leave?
Yes, we've had a number. You saw in the video how many of our staff have been apprentices, our skilled staff, and quite a lot of our managers were apprentices. And we are working very hard, or have been, on the trailblazers to make the new standards, because, of course, as you all know, and the younger generation won't know, that the syllabuses for marine and various other apprenticeships were woefully out of date. And so Keith Longman, who is our yard manager and an apprentice ambassador, has been leading the industries, the marine industries, trailblazers, to set up new courses. And Aidan's on one of those new courses from the engineering side. And we've introduced into that course a whole lot of practical pathways, which are absolutely vital to setting them up for learning more than they would otherwise do or have done in the past, including a transition eventually, hopefully, to a level 4 rather than just a level 3 course, which would start on the management side of things. The important thing about these new standards is that they're very relevant today to today's modern materials, such as composites, spray painting, and various other bits and pieces. And we also do a course called Lean Management. So it's all about productivity and efficiency, as well as sending them out on an RYA day course to learn how to drive boats and the basics, so that they can crew on sea trials and things like that. None of these were part of the process, and it's actually a much more wider skill set that we provide at the end of the 4-year period for apprentices in the marine industry now. And with apprenticeships, sorry, with the marine industry in the Solent LEP area being so crucial to the whole of this area, from stuff as large as cruise ships and in Southampton, ferries in Portsmouth, and the naval base in Portsmouth as well, all the way down to all the leisure yachts that are on the 25,000 odd leisure yachts that are in the Solent area. So it is a massive amount of diversification that people could end up in. And going back to a question you've asked before, we do occasionally lose people that want to go off and do either a world trip, or go into super yachts, or go into other parts of the marine industry. And we always welcome them back if they feel like they want to come back in their local area, whether it be Lymington that they grew up in, or whether they just enjoyed being in Lymington when they did their apprenticeship. But we've always taken apprentices back if we were sad to lose them in the first place. So it's in a way, we take on more apprentices than we need. One, because it means that if we lose people for whatever reason there could be, it could be someone's wife has got to go next and live next to their parents because the parents are not well, and so the husband has to go well with the family and everything else. You know, there are all sorts of reasons why people could leave a business. It just gives us a pool of labor which is has been well trained by us. And that's the most important thing, because they should be doing it the Berthon way and not necessarily the way that they're being taught somewhere else. And that means that our warranty and guarantees are very valid. And we have very rare claims.
Absolutely, thank you very much. You know, I think it's quite amazing that the maritime sector accounts for something like 95% of the UK's global trade. So it just shows what an important sector it is. And finally, just to finish up, can I just ask, do you have a specific time of year that you take your apprenticeships in?
Yes, we take them in at the beginning of the calendar, the academic year. So but what we do is we start recruiting in February, and the thing to do is to go onto our website www.berthon.co.uk, and there are forms, application forms there if anybody wants to do that. And there are sometimes that we do work experience from local colleges for half a day, during a period that goes beyond February, so that people can understand what it's about, as well as making sure you've understood what the process is. So we start pretty early, and we hope that by Easter we've made a decision on the number of people we're going to be taking in. We started to bring up a Berthon Academy recently, and that got delayed by COVID. So maybe in a year's time we'll carry on with that. We've got the raw outlines for it, and it was pretty much agreed. So we don't see why there shouldn't be a reason for a Berthon Academy to not be there in future. And that's a sort of process which would pit people against each other to get to become an apprentice at Berthon.
That's great, Brian. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us today. I look forward to hearing more about the Academy in due course. And for Aidan, I just wanted to say good luck for the rest of your apprenticeship, and I wish you the very best for your future career. It sounds like you have a really firm foundation. So thank you both very, very much for joining us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Nikki.
Bye-bye.
Bye.